I'd like to call this Assembly meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call. It's our meeting of October 24th, 2017.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Steele. Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Trainee.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Croft. Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Demboski.
Present.
Mr. Dyson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Abbott, would you lead us in the pledge, sir? It's your last official meeting as city manager, I'm told.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Of course, you left the last time and came back, so we're holding out hope you'll be back. We have minutes of previous meetings. We have minutes of item 4A, 4B, and 4C, minutes of June 2nd, 2017, meeting of June 13th, 2017, meetings of June 27th, 2017. Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Move to approve the minutes.
Second. Any objection? Not seeing, Madam Clerk, those minutes are approved as submitted to the Assembly. And my thanks to the Clerk's Office for your excellent work on that. Mayor's report. He's not here. Mr. Abbott.
The mayor's not joining us this evening, Mr. Chairman. No
I was told
report.
because he's so awed by your presence, he decided not to show up. So it's good to
That's
have
one
you here.
explanation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Abbott?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Assembly Chair's report. We're starting the budget hearings tonight. So you don't need to have your budget here for this, but there's going to be a lot of people talking to us about issues, so you need to keep track of that. But it's every year we go into this. I've got the Vice Chairman's going to move to combine all the budget hearings into one item, so we don't have to move each one separately. They can testify on whether it's operating or capital. We'll give them some extra time if they want to testify first in the operating and then the capital. But that'll be the process for tonight. And we do have some work sessions set up. The clerk has set some up, including one on the gasoline fuels tax that's being introduced tonight. We'll have a work session on that too, so everybody's comfortable with where it's going. And that's all I've got. So let's go down to committee reports. Mr. Whittleton?
The Community and Economic Development Committee met a couple weeks ago, and for anyone who might be here for the final item on our agenda on septic systems, we'll open the public hearing today, but we'll extend it through 11/7 to allow community councils more time to look at it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Assembly Committee on Homelessness met last week, and the biggest item discussed was the preparations that are being made by all the coalition partners involved for winter shelter. And the big number that I think everyone needs to be aware of, there are roughly between 100 and 100 bed deficiency in our winter shelters. So we are 100 to 150 beds short of what we need. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steele, sir.
No report, Mr. Chairman.
Melissa France, ma'am.
No report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Mr. Chair, I have no committee report, but I'd like to make a disclosure, if I could.
Go ahead, sir.
So
I'm used to Amy doing that. That's so odd.
Yeah, just once. So in our operating budget, there's a line item there for the Parks Foundation, about $100,000, I believe. I now serve on the board of the Parks Foundation. I don't receive any compensation for serving on that board, but I wanted to disclose for the record that I do serve with that organization and ask you to make a ruling on whether I had a conflict.
It's my ruling that you had no conflict of interest. We assigned you to that, so I appreciate you serving in that position. And you received no money for it. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Got the Ethics and Election Committee meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, the 25th of October at noon, room 240 at City Hall. We're going to have an update from the Board of Ethics. We're also going to hear about an update from vote by mail and on our mock election. And we're also going to talk about the election budget. Also, we have a legislative committee meeting coming up Tuesday, October 31st from 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. at City Hall, and that's going to be in room 240. and we're hoping to get an email sent out later this week that'll give you a little bit of an update of what we might be planning for some of our legislative priorities.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Constant, sir.
I do not have a committee report.
Thank you. Mr. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of disclosures to make this evening. The first will be similar to Mr. Dunbar's. Tonight, we're taking up the budgets, both operating and capital budgets. Within those budgets is appropriations or potential spending for the Anchorage Fire Department. My husband is a fireman with the Anchorage Fire Department. He's a captain at Station 11. I believe that his portion of the budget would be de minimis, and in pursuant to the Board of Ethics advice on this, I don't even think I need to make a disclosure, but I do want to make that disclosure for you and the body to consider any potential conflict.
That's right. I attended the Board of Ethics meeting where that was determined. You don't have a conflict of interest, ma'am.
Thank you. There's another one that might hit a little closer to home. Hopefully, it will never come to fruition. Tonight on the agenda is item 14J. It's AO number 2017-137. It's an ordinance adding new Anchorage Municipal Code section 3.301620 to establish a survivor's medical insurance premium program to ensure that insurance premiums are paid for the surviving spouse of defendants or dependents and any municipal employee who is killed in the line of duty. This is for police and fire. My husband is still alive and kicking. I believe any potential conflict would be conjectural, and I don't believe I have a conflict, but I do want to put on the record this is coming about as something that happened at the state, and now it's trickling down to our level. So I do want to make that disclosure.
Ma'am, it's really the chair. You don't have a conflict of interest. We hope it never happens.
Amen to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dyson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The audit committee is tentatively scheduled for the 31st at 1 o'clock at City Hall. We think it will probably be in the assembly, a little conference room on the second floor.
Room 240, sir? It's room 240. Okay. Thank you, Fred. Appreciate every committee reporting in. I need a motion, Mr. Dunbar, to include the addendum to the agenda.
Motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda.
I'll go through it. There's one item tonight. Sorry, Amy, there's only one item tonight. And that is item 11F1, Resolution AR 2017-324S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of efforts to restore the Kootenai River, from Assembly members Dunbar and Dyson. That is the only item. Any objection to the addendum to the agenda? Be incorporated. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we've amended the document, the agenda in front of us. I'll need a motion on the consent agenda as amended. Mr. Dunbar?
Move the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We'll now go to Assembly members that want to pull items for further discussion. Mr. Dyson, I'll start with you tonight, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to pull items 9E1, E2, and E3.
Okay. Did you get it, Madam Clerk? E1, E2, and E3, they're all audits. Thank you, Fred. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am?
9 Delta 1.
9 what?
Delta 1.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, sir?
Yes, 9D2, please. Delta, yeah.
Did you get that, 9 Delta 2? Okay. And he's smiling. Mr. Peterson, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, sir?
I'd like to pull 9 Alpha 3 for reading. Also, 9 11F and 9 11F1.
I've got it written down, thank you. You got it, ma'am?
9F11.
Fix this.
I pulled the wrong item there. There it
Okay,
is.
going back, what do you want to pull?
I'm sorry.
You want to pull 9A3 and then what?
I'm trying to pull mine off the addendum, but also the original so that we don't move it for the Kootenai.
The clerk says you don't need to.
It's not on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Fine. So we don't need to do any of those. Take those out. But you still got 9A3. Melissa France, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull 9 Alpha 1 for reading.
Okay. Mr. Steele, sir.
No items, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rivera, sir.
I'd like to pull, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull item 9 Alpha 2 for reading. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Whittleton, sir.
Nothing, thank you.
The clerk is grinning. Okay.
Do you want to read them back to everybody? Do you want me to?
I can if you don't want to.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, go ahead, Barbara. Read it.
Okay, we have, the items that are pulled are 9A1, 9A2, 9A3, 9D1, 9D2, 9E1, 9E2, 9E3, and that's it.
Okay. Let's see. We should be able to. Yes. I'm going to let you tell it. Wait till you tell. Please vote. The item was approved unanimously. We're now going to go back to those items for a little further discussion. First item was pulled by, it was item 9A1, pulled by Melissa France, and that is Resolution AR 2017-374, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Mary Suzanne Sue Linford. We need a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous? See no objection, that's done. Who's reading and who's presenting? Do we know?
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Mary Suzanne Sue Linford. Whereas Mary Suzanne Sue Linford came to the small town of Anchorage in the territory of Alaska in 1954, and whereas Sue raised 5 excellent children in the town of Anchorage, and whereas Sue began contributing back to the community as a consummate swimming mom, encouraging her children to the eventual capture of many state swimming records, and working tirelessly on the committee to construct the first Olympic-sized 50-meter pool in Alaska at Bartlett High School, furthering the competitive caliber of Alaska swimmers for years to come, and whereas Sue continued her service to the community as a member of the Anchorage School Board from 1974 to 1977, and whereas Sue was a co-founder of Linford of Alaska Wholesale Foods in 1973, building the business into a well-loved supplier of food items to the Anchorage hospitality and retail food service industry that still endures today, earning the U.S. Small Business Administration's Small Business Person of the Year Award in 1997, and whereas Sue served as a director and officer of the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce in the mid-1990s, serving as chair of the board from September 1995 to August 1996, and whereas Sue served on the Anchorage Port Commission for a total of 24 years, most recently reappointed in 2016 and elected as the chair of the commission, and whereas Sue is a longtime supporter of the arts in Anchorage through philanthropy and also by singing in her beautiful voice with the Anchorage Concert Chorus, and whereas Sue was an inspiring leader of women and men, receiving the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce's Gold Pan Award, Rural Cap's Outstanding Contribution Award, the YWCA Women of Achievement Award, the Seroptimus Women of Distinction Award, and the Heart of the City's George M. Sullivan Leadership Award, and whereas Sue was awarded an honorary doctorate in business and public service from APU in 2008, and whereas Sue passed away all too soon on August 28, 2017, And whereas Sue will be deeply missed by all the citizens of Anchorage, towards whose greater good she tirelessly gave her time, talent, and treasure. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that Mary Suzanne Sue Linford is recognized and honored for her great service to Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 24th day of October, 2017.
On behalf of the Linford family, Sue Linford's family, 5 kids, 5 grandkids, and 7 great-grandkids, we'd like to thank Mayor Berkowitz and the Anchorage Assembly for this great honor of our mother, Sue Linford, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother. Thank you. I'd also like to thank Sharon Walsh Webster, mother of 3 of the grandkids, for her role in helping prepare the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the family being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, someone is in the queue.
I was in the queue, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, now it appeared it wasn't there before. Mr. Peterson.
Sorry. I just wanted to say that I appreciated Linford of Alaska many years. I was a customer of theirs for all the years that I owned and operated my own business, and heard nothing but good things from other business people about how Linford of Alaska was run, and it's we're sorry to see Sue go, but she leaves a great legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. John, did you say you queued in? Okay. Chris?
Yeah, thank you. And I would like to speak briefly to the personality of Sue, especially as relates to the downtown. There was no more firebrand of a person who had passion for the city than Sue Linford, and boy, did she tell it straight like nobody else I ever sat down and talked with. So I'm grateful for her words and wisdom along my journey, and I have my sympathies and great respect for your family for her contribution to us. Thank you.
There are no other questions or comments from the Assembly. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your service, her service to the town. Thank you. Next item pulled was AR 2017-230, 2017-345, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly proclaiming October 2017 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and calls upon employers, schools, and other community organizations in Anchorage to serve this month with appropriate programs and activities and to advance its important message that people with disabilities are equal to the task throughout the year. Mr. Rivera, you pulled that.
Move to approve.
I need a second.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. Should no objection, that's approved. Mr. Rivera, who's reading, who's presenting?
I am reading it. I'm not sure who is presenting. All right. And
Who is receiving it, do we know?
is anyone receiving this resolution? No? I'll go ahead and start reading.
Why don't you just read it then?
Yep. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly proclaiming October 2017 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month and calls upon employers, schools, and other community organizations in Anchorage to observe this month with appropriate programs and activities and to advance its important message that people with disabilities are equal to the task throughout the year. Whereas, during the month of October 2017, the municipality of Anchorage joins the entire nation in recognizing the workplaces welcoming of the talents of all people, including people with disabilities, are a critical part of our efforts to build an inclusive community and strong economy, to raise awareness about disability employment issues, and celebrate the many and varied contributions of people with disabilities. And whereas, knowing that every person has the potential for growth, that the municipality of Anchorage remains dedicated to advocating for life-changing opportunities and choices that promote greater independence and inclusiveness within our community. And whereas, by working together to address obstacles confronted by those with special needs, we have created better government and education services, employment options, and access to transportation, still, we must continue to address the struggles and challenges of those who regrettably remain isolated and dependent. And whereas, persons with disabilities must always be given opportunities to reach their full potential as contributing members of our society, today and in the future. Acknowledgement of this worthy observance reinforces the ideas of respect, fairness, and inclusion, and the realization that we must do everything possible to ensure we all live and work with the freedom and dignity we all deserve. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly proclaims October 2017 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month. In so doing, we call upon employers, schools, and other community organizations in Anchorage, Alaska to observe this month with appropriate programs and activities, and to advance its important message that people with disabilities are equal to the task throughout the year. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 24th day of October 2017.
Next item that was pulled was item AR 2017-346, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2017 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and encouraging residents of Anchorage to stand together against domestic violence. Minister,
Move to approve.
you pulled it. Is there a second?
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. See no objection, that's approved. Who's
Thank-
reading it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to read it. Diane Castro is the Executive Director of the Council on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault for the Department of Public Safety. Unfortunately, she was unable to attend this meeting to receive the recognition resolution. But says that they are very pleased that the Assembly was issuing recognition for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'd like to read it into the record, but there isn't anyone here to receive it. All right, thank you. Whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month evolved from the Day of Unity held October 1981, the intent was to connect advocates from across the nation who were working to end violence against women and their children. And whereas domestic violence affects more than 12 million people in the United States each year, and within the municipality of Anchorage, domestic violence affects 48% of women. And whereas, while most domestic violence survivors are women, both men and women can experience domestic violence. And whereas the Alaska Network on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault, a statewide network of the community-based nonprofit agencies that provide support services, was incorporated in 1978. And whereas the ANDVSA felt strongly that since domestic violence and sexual assault are primarily issues of safety and must be acknowledged as the serious crimes they are, Alaska Statute 18.66, effective October 24th, 1981, established the Council on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault and placed it in the Department of Public Safety. And whereas the Council promotes the prevention of domestic violence and sexual assault and provides safety for Alaskans victimized or impacted by domestic violence and sexual assault through a statewide system of crisis intervention and support services, and by demanding perpetrator accountability. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes October 2017 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and resolves to call upon all residents to stand together against domestic violence. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 24th day of October 2017.
Next item in front of us is it's on page 2. It's item 9D1, the same memorandum, AM 7/31/2017, fiscal officer recommendation for approval of tax incentives request in the application for the Tudor/Elmer Development Project. You pulled that, Ms. Dembowski.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. Dembowski.
I did not want to let this go by without giving Mr. Abbott the opportunity to give us an update.
Which one do you want to give the update to?
I think if you're looking for an update on the project status or an update on the tax abatement proposal.
Well, in general, I was curious about the selection of the alternate site for the bus barn, if that's where we're at. I generally like to use this as an opportunity to expand my...
Then I think Robin Ward is the one you need to talk to, and I see her coming.
Here she is.
She is the woman that knows all. Hey, Robin, thank you. Can you give me an update on what our site selection might look like for the bus barn?
Ms. Dembowski, through the chair, we are working on a site selection process right now, so we're identifying in their service area any property that is large enough. It needs to be between 6 to 8 acres in an area that can be properly zoned to be able to take the facility, and we're taking each one of those sites and we're doing all of the research on those. So we have not selected a site yet, but we're looking at 5 different sites right now that could possibly accommodate a relocation of sometime over the next couple of years.
Okay, and when you guys narrow it down, how will that actually come back to us, this actual site? Are we looking at potential land trades with the school district? Is that some of the options that are on the table?
It could be. Right now, that is a possibility. A site selection process requires that we research all of the sites and then choose those that are preferred that would be economically and functionally possible, and then that will go to the Planning and Zoning Department or Division, and then they'll have a hearing on that.
Okay, and am I correct in understanding that the East Anchorage site is off the table now?
It will be in the site selection memo because it has to be. It was something that was considered, but it will have a notation that it lacked community support.
I suspect you might have that notation with a lot of the sites, but I'd just like to keep abreast of this. If you can kind of give us updates every now and again, I'd appreciate it.
I would be happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
We have other questions for you, Robin. Don't go anywhere, man. Now that you're up here, Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is not for Robin, so I can wait.
Well, we've got Tim Steele and Suzanne LaFrance, so they may have a question for Robin. Just stay here.
I will, sir.
Welcome, Robin. Are we looking at a site, or are we considering a number of sites with smaller impacts, smaller number of buses?
Mr. Seal, through the chair, you're talking about for the student transportation facility itself?
Yeah.
They occupy 8 acres today. Even if they reconfigure and make it as concise as possible, I don't think they can go below 7 acres. I wish we could, because then it would open up more sites to be able to look at.
Well, I was just thinking if we spread them around more into the areas that they might serve, it would be more runtime or less runtime and so on and so forth, perhaps. But then that means also servicing and things like that as a chore. But I just wondered what the parameters of the search were. And right now, it's just a site for the whole. Well, I guess Eagle River has a site too, don't they?
That's correct, Mr. Steele, through the chair. Eagle River has its own site, South Anchorage has its own site, and we're looking for a site that will, it services 3 high schools, a portion of West, all of Bartlett, all of East, and then all of the junior highs and elementaries that serve that. So our area is basically mostly East Anchorage up to Glen Highway, down to Tudor and over to Boniface. So that generally is the area that they serve. They do want to keep the facility all in one place because of operational, the employee parking, training, operational for maintenance and that sort of thing. Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. France, do you have a question for Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question on the tax abatement schedule.
Then we'll deal with Robert Harris on that. I'll come back to you, ma'am. Mr. Constant, do you have a question for Robin? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Getting back to those in order first, Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's for the administration. So this is really, in my opinion, a really great deal. And one of the areas of concern I have is regarding labor relations and if there's going to be a PLA on this. I don't see it in the abatement, but in this deal, but I imagine that's something that can be negotiated afterward. If the administration could give us an update, that'd be great. Thank you.
I got 3 people looking at themselves. Mr. Harris?
Thank you. So through the chair, Mr. Rivera, and this actually might be a good question for Robin. With respect to the requirements for tax abatement and tax incentives, that piece isn't necessarily part of this, but I expect that it would be part of the discussions with the developer as they move forward.
Anything else, Mr. Rivera?
If the administration can just keep the assembly apprised, that'd be great. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to have work sessions of this as we go through this. Mr. Steele, anything on this item? Not for Robin?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Melissa France, ma'am, we're back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Harris, would you be able to explain a little bit more about the phasing of the incentives and when those would take effect, the abatement? Would that start in 2018, for example?
The exact timing of when the abatements kick in is an element of this tax incentive proposal that has been put forward. One thing that has not been settled is whether or not those tax incentives would start at the beginning of construction or would start and begin at when construction was completed. So a specific facility that they had asked for, when that 5-year period of tax incentives would start, is still, I think, an issue that we're looking for. Obviously, the tax incentives to the developer are slightly lower if they end up starting sooner, if they started at the beginning of construction versus waiting until construction is completed and the full value then is incentivized. But we wanted to make sure we had maximum flexibility for dealing with this on this project, and so have not made a final determination yet on which is the best strategy moving forward. Right.
Thank you.
Ma'am, is that all? Thank you. Chris, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Harris, to the administration. I was hoping you might just give a brief overview of what this is for the record, just so that everybody who's listening in the future understands.
Certainly. So this, through the chair, Mr. Constant. So this project is to do, as Robin mentioned, a project to build a new DHHS facility, to relocate part of the existing bus facility that ASD has. Let's see, I don't want to miss anything. Take the existing DHHS facility at the corner of 9th and L Street, demolish it, construct senior housing on that same location, and at the place where the ASD bus facility is presently, to go ahead and put up a hotel retail shopping complex on that existing site, the mixed-use project. So the tax abatement, tax incentives are sought for the senior housing portion as well as that mixed-use project.
Mr. Chair, just a brief follow-up. Really, I was hoping more about the findings of this resolution, or this memo here. So just kind of a brief on what is this package in front of us.
Great. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the misunderstanding. So under AMC 1235, a developer who's asking for those tax incentives has to show that they meet a number of criteria that are spelled out in code. Those are all listed in my report under Section 2. So they have to describe the property. They did that. They have to describe the employment that would be created during construction and during operation of the property. They did that. They had to demonstrate that the project met the requirements of the chapter. That was satisfied. And then in the course of evaluating this proposal, this application proposal, we brought on the services of an economics analysis firm, Northern Economics, to begin to look at the economic analysis of the long-term viability of the business after expiration of the incentives. They met that as well. The economic feasibility of initiating an operation, program, or project with a reasonable likelihood of long-term economic viability. That was also established, that in fact that the project, as it goes forward, will provide value back to the municipality, and that these tax incentives are in fact necessary for it to move forward. They had to show that it promoted or improved the economic development of the municipality. That was in fact met, and the economic consultants provided a series of measures by which that could be qualitatively as well as quantitatively assessed by the community. They also were required to provide a financial statement for their project team, and they did that as well. So they did meet all of the requirements of AMC 1235.
Mr. Constant, anything else, sir? Okay. Heard a lot of housing in your area, Mr. Constant. Mr. Whittleton, sir.
Sorry, yeah, I haven't gone through this. I actually appreciate the presentation, and it looks like this is a very complex deal, and getting in this aspect is a benefit for the project. And I kind of go into these things skeptically, but think this is pretty good. And then the start date bothers me a bit that we don't know when that is. But this does say that the tax abatement is not to exceed $8.5 million. So that sort of puts a cap on our exposure either way, so appreciate that.
Is that all, Mr. Wilton?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions from Assembly members, please vote. We will approve that item. Next item in front of us is item 9D2, Assembly Memorandum AM 730, 2017, Executive Appointment, William D. Falsey. Mr. Constant, you pulled that.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Constant,
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to have any executive appointment not have a confirmation hearing, so it's just a brief opportunity, and I'm sure other people have comments, but I wanted to point to his resume on page 138 of your packet. The very unique qualification Mr. Falsey brings to the job is he served as the Leventhal Poetry Fellow from the English department at Stanford University. And I think he's probably one of the only, if not the only, municipal manager poetry fellow we've ever had. I think it's a great qualification.
anything else, Mr. Constant?
I look
Mr.
forward to
Dunbar,
voting
here
yes.
comes the Yale person, and
No,
I know
I
it.
just want to register my objection that this resume is 3 pages long. I think anyone can fit their resume on 1 page.
Maybe you could. Other comments from Assembly members? And I will note that he did graduate from Yale. I think you did. We're being surrounded by Yale graduates. We're in trouble now. Let's vote on this one. That's approved unanimously by the body. Mr. Falsey, can you tell us about your replacement? We have not met her that I know of.
Through the chair, yes, I am happy to tell you about our replacement. The mayor has announced that he has extended the offer to replace me as municipal attorney to Rebecca Wint Pearson. She goes by Becky. I think she is going to be a fantastic choice. She is currently serving on the Board of Ethics, so some of you may have met her there, and is working at GCI doing land use issues. We will have her resume in the next assembly packet, and I think she will serve the assembly incredibly well.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, this will jog your memory. Do you remember the cell tower ordinance?
Yep.
Becky Wint Pierce was one of the attorneys who worked for a telecommunications provider that helped us with that ordinance.
Good. Anything else from the body? If not, we're moving on. Next item in front of us is item 9E1, I think. And you pulled that, Mr. Dyson. That's item 9E1, Information Memorandum AIM 128, 2017. This is the audit of municipal light and power, Bradley Lake operation and maintenance costs.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's my intention to pull these three, and we're going to have a committee, audit committee meeting.
And have them come back after the audit committee meeting's done?
Yes, sir. I expect it will be ready for the next assembly meeting afterwards, unless our investigation leads us into great civil crimes, federal investigations.
Would somebody make a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I move to postpone acceptance of items 9E1, 9E2, 9E3 until the meeting of November 7th.
Is there a second? Ask unanimous consent, assumed no objection, Madam Clerk. That's accomplished.
I have a point of order or question.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's news to me. I had almost assumed that these had gone through the committee before they came to us, but
No.
that's not the case.
No.
I wonder if we could recommend that be the procedure.
Sometimes we accept them, and sometimes we don't. It's very common if the chair, which he decided he wanted to do tonight, if the chair wants further discussion, they'll just hold them. It's not that it's wrong, it's the way we've always done it, but
Just a different way to do it.
a lot of them come through and we don't ever have hearings on them.
I asked Fred to hold these because when I took a look at them, for example, the library, I'm concerned about some of the things I saw in there. I'm concerned about Bradley Lake, where, according to our internal auditor, and he can speak for himself, but there were charges for an aircraft flight that never happened.
Right.
Just concerned about that. I like having an internal auditor take a look at these three areas, and I think when that's done, it needs to come to our audit committee to take a look at it. So that's the reason I asked him to pull these. And
No, I understand. I think they were very important audits, and I'm glad to see them go through the committee. I had always assumed they had already gone through those, so whatever the procedure is, seems to work. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson, I've got you on here. Anything else, sir?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Weddleton, making a decision on what to do with these sort of things is a little bit more than superficial. Some of the ones that appear to be a big stinking deal and so on are actually not. And once in a while the reverse is true. It doesn't matter to me. I'd be glad to be the sorting function on that, on which way they go, or to do it as committee or the assembly has been doing it. My guess is that most of them are pretty perfunctory and aren't worth much attention. I think we're doing okay at picking out the ones that are. So, but anyways, my sense is that our audit team are good, maybe darn good, and I encourage all of us to use that investigative capacity that we have and sick those guys on smelling out the things that are rotten in Anchorage and government and so on. So anyways, I don't care, but what we have works.
And our internal auditor was over there smiling. No internal auditor wants to have people not look at their work, and we appreciate your work in this, Mike. So please vote on sending this forward to the audit committee. It'll come back to us in 2 weeks. That was approved by the body. Now we're going to do item 11s first, then we're going to take our dinner break, okay? Because these are old business, unfinished action, public hearing items. They were delayed to give a 10-day comment period. The first one is item 11A, memorandum AM 715-2017 Planning Board appointments. I'll need a motion on that.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any comments from assembly members? Questions, concerns? If not, please vote. Darn it, I messed it up myself. There. That is approved. When we're done, I'm going to ask the people to come up here and identify themselves for us. Next item is 11B, Assembly Memorandum AM 716-2017, Urban Design Commission appointments. I get a motion from the body to approve that.
Second.
Comments from assembly members?
Also, I'm curious if some of these individuals are here, so.
Okay, is anybody here from a board or commission that's about to be appointed? Looks like we've got no one here, Chris.
All right, thank you.
Please vote on this one. That's approved by the body. The next one in front of us is item 11C, Assembly Memorandum AM 718-2017A, Planning and Zoning Commission appointments. I need a motion on this one.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I wanted to call out these specific commissions because all of the commissions that we're seeing in front of us tonight, I have to tell you, these are very important commissions to every single resident of Anchorage, especially if you want to build anything, you want to rezone anything, you want to do anything like that. The Plating Board, the Urban Design Commission, P&Z, and there's another authority, zoning, ZEBA. These are all very, very complicated. They deal with a lot of regulatory, a lot of land use. There are some of these boards and commissions in which they take up matters that the Assembly never gets to even address. So some of them are quasi-judicial in nature, and the people that are being appointed to these commissions, we have industry experts, we have attorneys, we have incredible people with vast amount of knowledge. And I think sometimes when we appoint people to boards and commissions, we just do it really quickly. But when they get appointed to boards and commissions like this, it is a huge responsibility because in part, those quasi-judicial procedures, those are things that the Assembly has given up and given to citizens in our community to hear those cases for us. So I take these appointments very seriously. I read all the resumes probably once, oftentimes twice. And I just want to say to every single one of these commissioners, this is a lot of work that they're engaging in. Mr. Weddleton, you were on planning and zoning for all too long. You probably quite a while. So I mean, it takes a lot of time, a lot of volunteer work, and, we just really, really do appreciate their public service.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And this packet was the first time I'd seen the attendance records of the reappointees, and I want to say it was really good information to have. Thank you, whoever instituted that.
We require that, a few years ago, we required that to be done every time we have an appointment coming from us, so we can see, because in the past, some were never even showing up, and we were not going to approve those. This is a lot of work, and we, as Amy said, we designated a lot of our capabilities and things we did before, because it was so time-consuming, to the P&Z Commission. And this would not go forward if it wasn't for P&Z. And John, you served on there how long?
About 3 years.
A lot of work, wasn't it?
It was a lot of work. I enjoyed it and learned a lot. And actually, just offhand, the quality of that commission right now is exceptional. There are some really good people on there, and we saw when they did the land use plan, they beat all the controversy out of it. And when it came to us, it was pretty much a done deal. So I was very impressed with that.
No other comments? Let's vote on this one. Please vote. That's approved by the body. Next one, for instance, item 11D is same memorandum AM 718-2017 Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals. Need a motion on that one?
Move to approve.
Second.
Comments from assembly members? Seeing nothing, please vote. That one, again, is approved unanimously by the body. Next one, in front of item 11E, is same memorandum AM 720-2017 Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors appointments. Need a motion on that one?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moving to second, discussion from assembly members. Not seeing any.
One question.
Christopher, sorry.
Yeah, so the one thing that I noticed that was interesting about this board was that our community and economic development director is an actual sitting board member on this. And while I see the sense of that, it also raises questions, and nothing specific, but it's interesting to me, that's all.
Thank you, Chris. Any other comments or questions? Please vote on this one. That's approved by the body. To the administration, do we still have vacancies on any boards or commissions?
Yes.
Is that publicized out on the muni website? I mean, do they have a separate block where people that are used to go in there can see vacancies on boards or commissions, and a little burp on what that commission does?
I don't believe so.
Could you look at having that done, please, sir? Actually, Mr. Falsey, could you look at having that done?
Of course, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Would appreciate it. Next time in front of this item.
Do you want to have those people stand?
What?
Do you want to have those people stand?
I did, but there said there was no one here. Is there anybody here that was appointed to Board of Commission? We asked earlier and no one raised their hand that they were appointed to Board of Commission. Otherwise, I would have.
Robert Harris was. That's okay.
Okay. Now we're down to item 11F, Resolution Number 2017-324, Resolution of the Municipal Assembly in support of efforts to restore Kootenai River. Mr. Dunbar.
I move the S version.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second for the S version. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to start by explaining the S version a little bit. So I've been working with Mr. Dyson on this. We've also had the opportunity to speak with people from Chugach Electric, and I believe Mr. Dyson met with someone from MEA as well. Just to summarize the changes in the S version, the major changes. First, it acknowledges that 86% of the drinking water from Anchorage and Eagle River comes out of this reservoir, and that's something that, of course, if we're going forward with this project, we'd need to preserve and protect that, obviously. And I'll note that of the water that comes out of the reservoir, only about 10% of it actually goes to AWU, and that services 86% of our drinking water. Second, it acknowledges the role of Chugach Electric and Matanuska Electric, and we're hoping that it can be a collaborative effort because they jointly own and run and get power out of the Eklutna Power Facility. On the back side there, you'll see more acknowledgments of that, acknowledgments of the 1991 Fish and Wildlife Agreement, acknowledgments of the necessity to follow that agreement, but also acknowledges and recognizes and states clearly that there is a contractual and legal obligation that these power utilities eventually do have to resolve this issue. And the purpose of this resolution is to encourage them strongly to do that ahead of schedule. There's no reason to wait until 2022 to do that if we can get the resources to first study the issue. That is, we need to know how much water needs to go back into the Eklutna River in order to restore this salmon stream. So that's the first step. And in speaking with people from the power utilities, it sounds like they are open to hopefully budgeting it in 2018 and conducting the study in 2019. And we'll see how that time frame plays out exactly. But is there anyone from Eklutna here? Actually, I wanted to ask them a question about the demolition of the dam. Is there anyone from Eklutna here? Okay. My understanding is that the lower dam will be removed by the end of next summer. And at that point, there's still some sort of remediation work they need to do going back up from the dam. There's tons of sediment, I mean literally many, many tons of sediment that's built up behind the dam that they have to dispose of. But at some point in the not too distant future, it will be wonderful if Anchorage as a salmon city were to have another salmon river, as it once was before. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Dyson, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My perception is a little different than Mr. Dunbar's. So, the Eklutna people, of course, were here for all of recorded history as we understand it, and no one asked their permission for the things that happened here. And that was a very productive salmon stream and gravel mining, and then back in 1926 or whatever it is, the dam, building a little hydro plant that's almost an antique hydro plant, but operates well. And the Eklutna people were completely ignored in all of that. It is a standing offense for me that the committee, that all the folks that are making these, managing the water resource, doesn't have Eklutna having a seat at it, even though they own all the surrounding land. Be that as it may, the Eklutna people realize that the water line for Anchorage is a huge asset, and it's great water, and so on. Rick Halford, one of my predecessors, said that Eagle River has a wonderful relationship with Anchorage. We send them the best water in the world, and they send us garbage and sex offenders. But the Eklutna people have watched that resource of theirs destroyed, and but my understanding is that there are no plans to restore the water flow to the main river channel. The dam that's going out, being taken down now, will little affect it. There's no easy way to restore much volume to the river, given the demands both of our city for drinking water and for the MEA hydro plants. But in the long term, it is Mr. Dunbar and I's very strong opinion that we've got to have our eyes set on restoring that river, and that's the default that we strongly encourage. And the Eklutna people have a pretty good attitude about it, realize that that's not possible in the foreseeable future, but it's what we hope for in the out years. Maybe some of your grandkids can work on that.
Appreciate that. Mr. Wilton, sir?
Thank you. I was fortunate to be able to have a tour down there a month or so ago, and it's fascinating going down there and seeing from above and then up close too, and realizing that is really a real river. It doesn't have the water in it now. And then saw a photo of the river from before it was, most of the water was diverted, and it was a genuine river. So we do have some work to restore it. Hopefully sooner, though. I mean, this really isn't doing anything, this resolution especially, because it just says let's hurry up on this agreement that they really need to be ready to do in 5 years anyway. So I think it's important and worthwhile just to highlight this and say let's get on it. So I appreciate you bringing it forward.
One final comment from me. As a planter, one thing you've got to worry about is water supply. We're very fortunate to have a huge water supply here. Other towns would kill to get this water supply we've got. They've got to pump it out of the ground. They've got to do what they can. Ours just flows out of a valley. And it's so nice that we've got this clean water coming into Anchorage. So we appreciate this. We're more than willing to help you guys restore the salmon to that stream. It's important. Because I live on Campbell Creek, and my grandkids go down to that creek in the summertime and catch silvers. And it's so nice when we've got salmon here in Anchorage, where our children can do that still. It's important for them. I want to see this run restored again. Please vote on this. That's approved by the body. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Dyson. Now, before we take a dinner break, I'm going to take a quick minute of
Mr. Chair?
privilege as chairman.
To the
I've got one person from MLNP because they had some payroll issues. One person? Shop steward, are you here still? Come on forward for a minute. Whoever, we're going to go to our dinner break because we've got a huge program in front of us. Tell us, were they able to correct the problems?
You sound hungry.
What?
You sound hungry.
Were they able to correct the problems?
Corrective problems? My complaints on the SAP program. As far as my department goes,
yeah.
There's been several people. I talked to Mrs. Dobonsky, and she answered. I got your name right today. Just Amy, okay.
Can we get your name for the record?
Brad Baldridge.
Got it. Okay, go ahead.
Several payroll issues. Some of our people are underpaid. Several $1,000s are not getting paid. They're just getting paid straight time for overtime on the weekends, and they're working 60, 70 hours a week. And it's kind of turned into a safety issue because you got guys, single parents, trying to take care of their families, and they got other things on their mind rather than doing work. This has kind of turned into a safety issue. It's also kind of a pain in our behinds, to be honest with you. We'd like to get that hashed out. We're not getting a lot of answers where we're at. We had a meeting with general manager. We've had a meeting with our shop stewards, and we're not getting a lot of answers. So I'd like to see something hashed out with this SAP program that's being embellished by the newspapers as being absolutely wonderful right now. Anyways.
Okay. Let me ask a question. We'll get this started. Mr. Folsey, so you're now the city manager. Mr. Harris, you're a CFO. On Friday, we had a meeting, and you guys told us you were going to take care of the payroll problem. Obviously, it sounds like it hasn't been dealt with yet completely. What's going on? Are you guys going to be writing checks again, or what?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Friday, we had a small group of people, 7 people, that we knew had payroll issues who their paychecks had been significantly in error. So we addressed those on Friday, took care of those individuals. And what we've been instead relying on for folks who have significant pay problems, there's a pay correction process to go through. You log your problem. That gets into a defect list that we're then able to start working to prioritize and fix. So the 10-20 payroll had a number of problems that were fixed from the 10-6 payroll, and we continue to work to make sure that with the 11-3 payroll, that problems that the problems that we're seeing now continue to get fixed. But one thing I certainly ask and look for from our employees, I mean, our commitment is to make sure that everybody who works for the municipality is paid on time, is paid accurately, and are very sorry for these kinds of problems. If there is somebody who has had a significant problem, and I'm not going to put a dollar number on what significant is. $100 might be significant to one person. Somebody else, it might be a different number. But if there's somebody that's having a hardship, we are committed to trying to take care of that as rapidly as we can. I'd be happy to talk with you during the break to make sure I have the names of people who are having problems. We have, so if somebody's got a problem, our commitment is making sure we're keeping people whole so that people don't have problems paying their bills, paying their mortgage. We have, as we described on Friday, overpaid some instances, and that gets fixed as we go through payroll corrections and through the correction process. But I'm certainly happy to talk to you afterwards and to the other employees at ML&P to make sure that I'm aware of the problems and I can begin making sure that we're taking care of our employees, because that is our goal. We absolutely want to make sure we take care of our employees.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to out you, Brad, but since you're outing yourself. So I spoke with Brad last week, and he indicated that ML&P was struggling, and there were a number of people that had short paid on their paychecks. So I hung up the phone, and I called Mark Johnson, who was very receptive to the conversation. He knew exactly what was going on. And then I followed up the conversation with Mr. Harris, who actually approached me during one of our work sessions, and he and Mark had already spoken. And the resolution on Friday, especially recognizing that there was a number of people, and a number, to me, it could be 3 or it could be 7 or it could be 10. That's still, in my book, a lot of people. And Mr. Harris expressed the same view that our number one commitment, we have to make sure we're paying employees. So Mr. Harris was a little, I think, he's understated in fact how seriously he took this, because he was very concerned, so much so that he wanted to make sure that they could just cut people checks to make them whole and figure out their withholdings later, because he wanted to make sure people could pay their mortgages, pay for groceries, whatever they needed. So I personally wanted to say thank you to the CFO for as quickly and as proactively as he was trying to respond to the issue, and the same with the Director of ML&P. Both of them took it very seriously when we had our conversations. So with that, now that the Assembly's kind of updated what happened last week, Brad, are there other people in your department that haven't been made whole yet?
Several people in the department, and as far as I know, ML&P in general have pay issues.
Well, across the city, I'll just tell you, across the city, whether it's the clerk's office, the assembly, we had a lot of paychecks wrong. Many of us were overpaid. Some of our staff were underpaid.
Some argued the semi-members are always overpaid, but go ahead, Amy.
Yeah.
I'd rather be overpaid than underpaid by
Well, yeah.
12,000.
So I just want to communicate to you that communication is key here. This is a huge system implementation. So making sure that your general manager and the CFO have a list of those names, that's going to be the fastest, easiest way, because they really wanted to get ML&P employees paid and paid quickly. And that was from their lips to my ears. So, and I believe that they meant it. So don't leave without giving them the names.
Okay.
Mr. Constant, sir.
Yeah, and I just wanted to chime in. I received a phone call today from one of your members who lives out of town and was concerned, but also expressed that he was one who wasn't paid but then received a check. And so it's my hope that everybody has at least received a check, and we're all going to be paying close attention when, 10 days from now, 11 days from now, another payroll comes around. And so you have our full attention.
Okay. It's been 4 weeks so far, so.
Mr. Steele.
Yeah, I guess I'd like a little more information. Is it a software issue? Is it the way something in the uniqueness of ML&P, or what is really the issue?
Thank you. So I'll try to see if I can kind of give a broad overview. Within each of the departments and businesses that the municipality operates, ML&P being a great example, there are a whole series of different rules that apply depending upon the person, the work they're doing. Are they doing hot stick work? There's a pay differential for that. Did they get a call out? There's a difference in pay for that. And so lining up and fixing the pay for a particular individual, as we're going to do an absolutely perfect payroll, means looking at that person, the work they're doing that day, one by one. And so to do that and then to load that into a computer, there's a whole series of rules that apply that you want to make sure are loaded correctly, that all of the benefits elections are taken care of. For example, One person may want to have a certain health plan or may want to have a certain amount put into 401k or some other retirement fund, and it's going to differ according to each person. So all of those data points, all of those parts and pieces have to be right. And when we find that we have somebody whose pay is not right, the process we use is to log it. It's very important for us to get a written record of it so we can track it down and keep track of it and watch it until it is fixed. But then each of those parts and pieces that may not necessarily be right, we have to go in and basically do some reconfiguration on the software to get it to be right. The nice thing about SAP, if you'll call it a nice thing, is that once we fix it, the system automatically goes back and does a correction. So going back to when the problem first arose, there will be corrections. And in fact, with the 1020 payroll, there was a correction paycheck that some people received for 10/6 because we found errors and corrected those. So, of course, it's one of those things that's still evolving. For some people, the pay advice they received that showed the corrections didn't explain what the corrections were. So that's a pay correction. We put that in, and that's a defect, and we go fix that as well. Ideally, though, we're going to get to a point at which people are able to look at their pay advice, that it'll be correct, and that they'll be able to take from that and be able to pull apart their pay and make sure they were paid correctly. But we certainly appreciate the efforts of the people at ML&P, at our other departments, for being able to come forward with ideas about how we can attack the problem, how we can fix it. I think the people that are the employees and the people that are helping in the departments doing payroll, and then the people who are in our payroll department, all of us want to make sure that we have payroll done correctly every time. That's our goal, and that's what we were working to achieve. And I don't know if that helped sort of.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I've got a few others I've got to get down to. Mr. Steele, thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the chief shop steward at MLNP just emailed the Assembly a list of issues, and it seems like there's a whole variety of issues that still remain with SAP functionality, and I just emailed it to you, Mr. Harris, Mr. Falsey, and Mr. Abbott. It'd be great if you could get a response back to the Assembly on how we're resolving these issues. Thank you.
To the Assembly members, we have a work session with ZIG, our contractor, on Thursday from 12:30 to 1:30. I suspect ZIG's going to have some comments, and hopefully you'll attend that meeting with ZIG. It's Thursday, 12:30, 1:30. And for a software program we paid $82.2 million for, I want to know why it's not working. We did not buy a Trablant, and if you don't know what that is, look it up in the encyclopedia. East Germans made it, made out of cardboard. We bought a state-of-the-art, as they said, a finely engineered software program. I don't expect our employees not to get paid, and I appreciate you working with them, but we're way beyond them have to come in here and say, I didn't get a check. This needs to be corrected. With that, we're going to take our dinner break. Would you please get with Mr. Harris?
Sure.
Thank you.
And thank you guys for coming.
Now taking a 20-minute dinner break. Thanks for being here. And we'll start the budget when we get back. Mr. Dunbar, I'll need you to make a motion, sir, to combine public hearings, item 4A through 4G.
I move to combine the public hearings on budget items 14A through 14G.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Is there any objection from the body? I think we've got 6 here. Seeing no objection, Madam Clerk, we've changed the order today.
All right. Second, I don't think we need to motion to clarify the procedure for the amount of time for public testimony, because the amount of time for public testimony is specified in the code at 3 minutes plus 5 minutes for community council representatives. But since we have combined a number of budget public hearings, I propose that we allow the public 3 minutes to testify on the operating budget, which is standard, plus offer additional time if someone wishes to testify on a different budget item, like the capital budget. Of course, the designated community council rep always gets 5 minutes.
That's fine. I'll go ahead and do that.
All right?
Okay? So what it means is you'll have 3 minutes to testify. Let me open the public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on item 14A. It's the first public hearing, ordinance AO 2017-124, general government operating budget. Item 14B, resolution AR 2017-307, a resolution adopting the 2018-2023 6-year fiscal program. Item 14C, which is the 2018 general government capital improvement budget. Item 14D, which is AR 2017-305, a resolution adopting the 2018-2023 General Government Capital Improvement Program. Item 14E, which is Ordinance AO 2017-126, ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2018 municipal utilities/utilities activities operating budget. Item 14F, which is Resolution AR 2017-306, resolution approving the 2018-2023 Capital Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Program. And item 14G, which is Ordinance AO 2017-127, ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2018 operating and capital budgets of the Anchorage Community Development Authority. So public hearing on these items are now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly, spell your last name, tell us what part of town you live in, and you'll have 3 minutes. And if you want to testify another item, you'll have 3 minutes for that too. And this is the first public hearing. And what does that mean in English? It means if you don't testify tonight, you'll have another opportunity in about 2 weeks to testify again. So, welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hi, and my name is Clifford Farmer, and I'm veteran, Navy vet, and I think that you messed me up. The bus ticket, there's no buses come by here now. Tomorrow, two cities don't come here anymore. What a waste of time. And you would be better off than hiring giving the money to the bus drivers. They deserve the money. They are good bus drivers. And I read it, but every day, and I ran the bus every day. And that's all I cannot talk about. I got TBI, traumatic brain injury from my car accident.
Anything else, sir? Question from assembly members? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you waiting here. Mr. France, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, sir. Would you repeat what part of town you live in?
Diamond, Arctic and Diamond.
Arctic and Diamond?
I'm in Arctic and Diamond.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Any other questions from assembly members?
Gotta go over the Arctic and get the bus home.
Yep.
Mr. Constant has a question, sir.
Yep, I just want to be clear. So you're speaking in support of fully funding the bus system?
No.
Thank you.
You messed it up. You messed it up. Nobody come by here now. Bus 60, bus 2, and 35, 26. Don't come here no more. I just go all the way to Arc and Diamond, Arc Road to cut to 35 to home.
Thank you.
There are no other questions, sir. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you waiting as long as you did. Thank you.
Mhm.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Yeah, welcome.
Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Britta Hamry. I'm a member of the Public Transportation Advisory Board. I grew up in Anchorage, and part of my formative years was spent using the bus to get to some of my first jobs. I would like to emphasize the resolution that the Public Transportation Advisory Board passed. We asked for restoration of funding to the 2017 and 2018 budget, $147,000 for service on 2 days that were cut in 2017, $79,076 in reductions to fuel supply costs, and $375,000 in reductions during the 2017 first quarter budget revisions. Anchorage is going to have the most wonderful resources in economic development, recreation, and community, but if we don't have access to those resources, we can't have equity. Public transportation needs to have maintained funding, have restored funding from 2017. As we all know, yesterday was the first day of the new bus schedule. It's asking a lot of people to make some sacrifices in order to have a functioning and thriving bus system. We can't ask the residents of Anchorage to make that sacrifice and not maintain funding for our bus system. Thank you.
Questions from some members? Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for sending that resolution. I think everyone got it in their envelopes today. Have you tested out the new system?
I have not had a chance to do so
Okay.
yet.
Ooh, well, you definitely should. I tested it out earlier today, and I went from Middleway Cafe in Midtown to the university and back, and that's part of the 15-minute system where you have to wait 8 minutes or less, and it was accurate both times. On my way from Middleway to the university, I waited 4 minutes for the bus, and then from the university back to Middleway, I waited 7 minutes for the bus. So I wish we could expand that to the entire city, so the entire city could get 15-minute service where it makes sense. But I think with a growing system, I think that'll happen, and I think part of a growing system is we need to make sure it's funded accurately. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your support.
Mr. Dunbar has a question, ma'am. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I'm not sure, Britta, if you're the right person to talk to about this, but just looking at some of these numbers about the 79,000 reductions to fuel supply costs, I remember we did that last year when Mr. Flynn had some amendments that cut supply costs for the whole city, basically. And I'm trying to recall what he was restoring funding for something. I'm trying to recall what it was. Anyone can help me if they remember. And then the $147,000 for service on 2 days that were cut. So I think we cut 9 days, actually, if I'm not mistaken, holidays, right?
Yes, I think those two were like Black Friday, and I'm forgetting the other one, but holidays that commonly people have to work on as well, that we see as being important to having a vibrant bus system, but also supporting the workforce.
Right.
But yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll probably ask somebody else that might know a little bit more detail on that system when the time comes. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
That's all the questions, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Welcome to the meeting.
My name is Iva Snow Mustang. The buses don't, like, I live on Government Hill. The bus didn't show up for 40 minutes, and I called them. They took, like, over 10 minutes to answer the phone, and they told me that the bus wasn't running to that area all day. Like, the tracking system isn't working, so they're just not going to go there. And I had to walk to City Hall to talk to somebody about that issue. And these buses are not showing up for the 15-minute thing. They're just not showing up. You talk to somebody at the transit, they don't even write down the notes on what's happening. They're like, sorry, but they're not even documenting notes on it. And like for the number 14, now 11, like the first stop, like it took 40 minutes to show up after the stop. It was supposed to show up, and it never did. You have people waiting outside with kids, they don't show up. And it needs to be inside for people can wait inside, not outside City Hall. That's not safe. That's got people code, like that's not acceptable. And just there needs to be a bigger bus for 11 because like 20 people, like a lot of people got on the bus, and by the second stop, no one could get on the bus. It's too small. And you got a lot of people that depend on the resources of the bus system, like work and whatever. They have to be able to get there. And Government Hill is a big surrounding area with a lot of people who live there, and they depend on the bus.
Is that all, ma'am?
Yeah.
Question from assembly members? There are no questions. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry the bus wasn't there. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Are you testifying as an individual as community council president?
Now, I'm going to introduce myself just answering that question. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Sam Moore, and I'm speaking before you as the current president of the North Star Community Council. I was going to say treasurer of the Federation of Community Councils, as a member of the Public Transit Advisory Board, as well as a concerned citizen of the municipality. Alaska is in a recession. All over this great state, there are communities, businesses, and families struggling to make ends meet, struggling to balance the budget, and struggling to make difficult decisions. I do not envy this administration or this esteemed deliberative body of the task at hand. However, I'm here tonight to highlight the importance of public transportation in the municipality. As you are aware, People Mover yesterday launched a new and improved system in an attempt to make the system more efficient, increase ridership, and improve the overall livability of the municipality. My vision for the future of Anchorage is a more livable, walkable, and modern city. A properly funded transit system is crucial to making that vision a reality. Likewise, a vibrant city with transit-oriented and increased infill development could eventually and dramatically expand the overall tax base of Anchorage. Many people will testify on the importance of public safety. I cannot argue with that. However, transportation as a basic human need should also be maintained. Citizens have to be able to get to places of employment, their doctors, etc. More citizens who can maintain employment because of a better transit system, as well as being able to access their health care providers, also helps improve and maintain public safety. With that in mind, I would also hope and implore you to fully fund the Public Transportation Department, including the restoration of approximately $600,000 that was removed in previous budget revisions. This department not only needs those funds to fully realize the vision of a vibrant Anchorage, but also to fully leverage all available funding sources. A fully funded transit department can make Anchorage the finest municipality to truly live, work, and play. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify this evening. I don't know why I get nervous in front of you all.
Mr. Constant, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Did you, by chance, hear of any reports of folks in Mountain View not having bus service today?
I have not heard of any reports myself. However, as with launching any new system, there will be kinks to work out. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. The drivers are learning the routes as much as the rest of us, so.
Other questions from Assembly members? Mr. Dyson, sir.
I'm not being contrarian. The fiscal situation for the city is,
Dire?
well, it's a real one. And what would you, public services we're now providing, would you suggest we reduce in order to put more money into public transit?
It's an excellent question, and one I should be better prepared to answer. However, I believe that the fully funding of this department better leverages outside funding resources, and it's important to keep that in mind. Things I would cut, gosh, this sounds really bad because I'm standing in it. Some library services I believe could be cut, some other things. I mean, any number of things. Your job as an oversight and deliberative body is to comb through every possible expense of the municipality. I would hope you would come to the table with some answers as well to that. I don't know.
I appreciate that. So one thing we could cut that doesn't cut services, but would be all the beautification things, landscaping, the gardening, the flowers, and those sorts of things.
Absolutely.
Okay. You think we should cut those and put the money into public transit?
You're asking me to make a value judgment, and that's not my job. I'm not qualified to make that value judgment. I would listen to your constituency and see what they value more. Do they value flowers or a ride to work?
Yeah, I think that one is, the answer is obvious, but thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from Assembly members? Don't appear to be. Thank you, Sam, for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Dick, or Mr. Chairman.
No, Dick's fine. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Alberta Lippett, L-I-P-P-I-T-T, and I'm from Spenard. And speaking on the People Mover, I would like to request that the minor holidays that have been removed from the budget for the People Mover be reinstated and kept for the future in the schedule. Riders ride the bus on these holidays. They might be going to work because they don't have any other option how to get to work. They can't afford a taxi, and a lot of times they don't have jobs with benefits so they can take leave. No work, no pay. Even if the riders do have the day off, or are lucky enough to have the day off, I know I use it for going shopping, going medical appointments, whatever. And I'm on the bus even more so than just on days going to work. I know the new system is causing a lot of confusion for riders, and by reinstating these holidays, it would be lessening the concern that riders would have. They'd have one less area to complain about the system. And one of the motto of the new system is better service, and this would give us better service. Thank you.
Questions from Assembly members? There are no questions. Thank you, ma'am, for testifying. Anyone else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Ansaknok, A-N-S-A-K-N-O-K, and I live over off of Tudor Road. And I don't know which one of you is my representative for that area.
Probably Rivera and myself.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll speak to both of you then. And I also want to talk about the bus system. So far, the changes haven't negatively affected me so far, but of course, it's only the second day. But I do want to say that I think the bus system should be fully funded. Lots of people are not fortunate to have private vehicles. But also, that being said, I think you should also look at more funding, if possible, for public works, for plowing of the sidewalks. The roads get plowed great, the sidewalks, however, don't. As a pedestrian walking to those bus stops, pushing us out of our neighborhoods where those were plowed great, the sidewalks are not. Last winter, The berms were getting 6 and 8 feet high, then the icy rain comes. Folks the gentleman before me had a wheelchair. What's he going to do if that sidewalk is not cleared? He's going to have no option but to go out into the roadway. The same for parents with children in strollers. There are people who also ride bicycles. They're going to be out in the roadway. Folks who are in private vehicles may not see these people on the side of the road, and there could be a terrible accident. Those of us who are walking on top of those icy snow berms, I think that's a safety issue publicly, because if we slip and fall down into the roadway, we can be hit by a vehicle, including a bus, including your private vehicles, including any number of things, an ambulance, a fire truck, a police car. So I would also encourage you guys to think about more funding for public works for plowing.
We have a few questions, if you don't mind, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Dunbar, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Trainee, Mr. Chair. Actually, this isn't a question so much, I guess, I don't know if you're aware or not, but so I totally agree with you on the sidewalks. And you actually might live in my district and Mr. Peterson's district, depending on where on Tudor you are. Exactly. We had some problems on Tudor. We had huge problems along Muldoon. Muldoon, the sidewalks were terrible. Now, those are both state roads, and the state has dramatically reduced its budget for hauling snow. And so they don't do a very good job of keeping those sidewalks clear. But this budget actually does include $500,000 more of money for snow removal. Now, how much of that will end up going to sidewalks is hard to say, but I just wanted to let you know that it's something that we all heard from our constituents very much last year, and we do plan, if this budget is passed this way, to increase funding for snow removal. Thank you.
Might I also suggest about sharing your budget with the state? I understand there's always disputes between the muni and the state of this is your road, that's my road, you plow that, I'll plow this. Maybe share saying this muni takes the even months this year, state takes the odd months for road maintenance, and next year swapping it, and in the end, after 10 years' time, it averages out?
I think the state's plan is they'll do snow removal in the summer, and we'll
they're going to take June, July, and August.
Yeah, well, see, I mean, that's when you're going to want the odd months, right?
Mr. Steele has a question, ma'am. Mr. Steele?
Yeah, I just wanted to give you some hope. Those very points came up in our conversations about snow removal and the new bus system in terms of, or the new bus areas they're going into or not, the routes. And the point was made, people are going to have to walk out of the neighborhoods to get to that bus route, so they may be walking more. And certainly on those major thoroughfares, you don't want people walking in the street along Northern Lights or some of those other ones. And so the commitment was made by the city, Mr. Abbott, to do a better job on snow removal. And I think we learned a lesson last year. So,
yeah, last year my boss, she drives in from the valley and she comes down Boniface, and she said all winter she saw an elderly person every morning climbing an 8-foot berm with a walker, and he's up there on an icy berm every morning. She was worried about him.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on the budget issues, please come forward.
Well, my name's Ed Larrabee still, and I'm the second. I live in the Tudor Lake Otis area. And Sunday, I got to ride the bus because I was afraid, since my car at that time didn't have studded snow tires, now it does, I was afraid of wrecking because the roads were so icy. So, here I go on the bus. I was going down Lake Otis towards Holy Cross so I could go to church. Boy, the bus was really plush. I mean, it was really comfortable. It was smooth, and it didn't slide at all. It was a good experience. I really had a good time, and I was impressed. But it did take 50 minutes for that bus to get there. I challenge you all of you, for 1 week, ride the bus for 1 week. You can't fix the problem if you can't see the problem. If you guys could ride the bus and see where the bugs are, where the mistakes are. I sure hope SAP doesn't control the schedule, because I believe my PlayStation 2 has more sympathy on the user than that SAP. $84 million?
82.2.
Are you guys nuts? What is wrong with you guys spending that much money? Didn't you all do your homework? Well, anyway, let's go back to the system. For a punishment, I want you guys to ride, each one of you, ride the bus for 1 week. Do it soon, right now, or not right now, but within this week, so you could actually get a jump on things. So people won't be looking at you saying, they spent that much money on SAP and it doesn't even work? And it's going to be obsolete in 2 years? Come on. Get on the bus, try it out, find where the bugs are, fix it. And as far as plowing the sidewalks, walk on the sidewalks, okay? Walk on the sidewalks. If you guys can't get through, how do you think the handicapped people can get through? Get out there and do something for the community beside say, oh, well, I'll send this guy out, one guy, he'll probably fix the problem, I bet, did you get a chance to look at the SAP? Did you fix the problem? Fix it.
Questions for you, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Larrabee, how often have you had experiences riding the bus? Is this, and I ask because I wanted to see if you've had multiple experiences and you've seen the change, or if this was just something you had tried, recently and it was just a new experience for you.
I ride it, about every year. I may ride it about 4 or 5 times.
Okay.
Just for the heck of it, just because.
So you rode it on Sunday. Have you had a chance to at all see the new schedule? Have you ridden at all? Because you said it took 50 minutes and now they're.
I will.
Well, I would like to get that feedback. And I agree with you. I think firsthand experiences, whether it's, in our transit department or with solid waste services, is important for us to do. And many of us do go and see their operations. I'd just like to say, living out in Peters Creek, I don't have an opportunity to ride the bus every day for a week because we don't have service where I live.
Then come into town and ride the bus. Park your car. How are you going to fix the problem?
Mr. Larrabee, this isn't a debate. I was saying that I agree with you. I think experience is a good thing, but you said for us to ride it every day for a week, some of us don't have that option.
Mr. Rivera has a question for you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not a question, just a comment that for about 5 years, maybe 6 years, I rode the bus system as my only source of transportation. So
what'd you think of it?
Very familiar. Overall, I would give the bus system an A, but some of the issues that I've heard others talk about, late buses not showing up, sidewalks, I've experienced all of that. So I will definitely voice my opinion and let my colleagues know how important this is. So thank you for testifying.
I'm glad you rode. Were you the only one that rode the bus so far?
I can't speak for the rest of my colleagues.
Nobody else did but him?
Ed, thank you very much for your testimony.
Have a good night. I'll be back.
See you later. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good evening. My name is Bob Rupke, R-E-U-P-K-E. I'm a member of the Northeast Community Council and a council delegate to the Federation of Community Councils. Therefore, respectably, asking the Assembly to fund the grant for the Federation of Community Councils in the amount of $85,000. The FCC is a non-profit organization whose board is made up of representatives of each community council. The Federation mission is to assist community councils to involve citizens in the governmental process in the neighborhood level. Federation operates the Community Council Center, which provides centralized electronic mailing services, technical, administrative assistance, grant administrators, and other support to the councils in Anchorage. Each council is responsible for appointing a delegate who acts as a representative of that federation. And again, I'm the Northeast Community Council delegate for the federation. Monthly meetings are scheduled at Federation office at 6 p.m. on the third Wednesday of the month, September through May, and that's located at 1057 West Fauria Lane. The FCC emails and snail mails the council agendas and the minutes, as well as making copies for the council and sending out community events, flyers on community events. In addition, the FCC assists new council members and board members in joining the community council. The FCC helped the Northeast Community Council by getting insurance for our picnic. We needed insurance for the picnic, and they got it. We also just recently relocated to a church. The church requested insurance, and the FCC helped us with that and to get us a certificate of insurance for the church. We also do what they call council sharing. So each community council member tells what's going on in the area, what's going on at Northeast, what's going on in Spenard, what's going on in Turnigan. So it's just really a great organization, and I would appreciate if you would fund it. Thank you.
Question from Mr. Members. Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Bob for volunteering, as he so often does. He's one of our most active members of the Northeast community, not just the community council, but the community in general. So thank you so much for coming. And I just want to echo what he said. I was actually the FCC rep for my community council back in the day, and I guess it wasn't that long ago. And they do a tremendous amount of work with a very small budget. So I hope that we can preserve that budget line. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Bob. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Good evening, Gloria Manning, resident of West Anchorage. I'm an active member of the Turnigan Community Council, but these are my personal comments. I understand that you have a major task in front of you, and through administration yourselves to decide and set up the priorities. Many good comments have been made tonight, and certainly I can tell you that of the few sidewalks we have in West Anchorage, very few get cleaned up. But I'm here in support of the Federation of Community Council. I'm a volunteer in the Turnigan Community Council, and we are established by the embedded in the municipal code, and it's all operated by volunteers, and having this support by the Federation of Community Council for a very limited budget is essential to the operation of the city. So I really thank you for this, and I hope that we are going to leave it as it is. It's been cut several times in the past, and we hope it will go no lower than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. No, there are no questions from the body. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
My name is Miranda Walso, and I live in Chugiak. I had a couple comments on specific parts of the budget, specifically under the one-time expenditures. My first comment has to do with the $500,000 that's allocated for a homelessness project. The project isn't defined. I recognize that it's a matching grant, but if we don't have where it's going, we're not going to be able to measure whether it was effective or not, nor are we going to be able to effectively leverage other services to address that issue. It's not one we can afford to wait on, and I think it's dangerous to just leave pots of money that aren't tied to anything specific. Excuse me. One of my other comments has to do with one of the line items for the Kronos time write-off. That line item is double the line item that's allocated to look at departmental operations and find ways to improve things. That's a problem. We clearly have issues, but we're not looking at proactively addressing them in the most obvious ways, at least within the budget. One of the other issues is that there's a lot of speculative funding in here. For example, anticipated costs for the Sullivan Arena overruns or the Ben Bowiecki Arena. I recognize that contract, which I don't know any business that wouldn't love to have all their expenses covered by government if they fail, but For us to anticipate and put that in there, what happens if it doesn't? Where does that money go? What happens if it's way more than that? We have to come back. It's dangerous to just start guessing at things like that, especially when we're tight on funds as it is. The money for things like that could have been used to improve bus service. It could have been used to expand other services. It could have been used to address a lot of issues. Things like, anticipating a fire academy for, an ambulance that we haven't approved yet. One of the reasons we had to look at overtime was because the bonds failed. This happens, but when we build our budget on these things, it's very difficult for the public to have meaningful input or to address how changes at the state level are actually filtering through. And it's something that I strongly urge you to consider. An example of that is the SAP project. As we pay this off, the fraction of it that's in this budget as a portion of the whole that we owe on it, it's going to take us probably a decade before we've dug ourselves out of this. At the same time, when we have other programs that are failing, we have police departments, that don't have the right technology to respond to crimes. We have teachers that are facing uncertainty from state funding. We have a drug epidemic. We could have spent this money on hiring more police officers or more seasonal workers or looking at redirecting the way we patrol our parks. But we're not, because a lot of the money that we have under the tax cap is tied up in unallocated expenses, and that's a problem. And I can't remember my other comments, so I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question for you, ma'am. Mr. Rivera, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify on your first comment regarding the money set aside for homelessness. So the $500,000, none of that money is part of a matching grant. I think what the budget said is part of it could be used to match funds from another organization, and we're actually actively looking at that. But I wanted to invite you to our next homelessness committee meeting, and if you wanted to talk about some of the items that you'd like that $500,000 to be spent on, we'd welcome that. So that's November 15th, 11 a.m., I assume at City Hall, but we'll see. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Constant has a question. Chris?
Just a quick follow-up on Mr. Rivera. I can tell you with confidence that there will be vigorous debate about what happens with that $500,000. Vigorous debate.
After the public testimony on it, though.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Anybody else wish to testify on this budget, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
I'll make it quick because I'm shy. My name is Patricia Olson, and I've lived here since 1968. I've seen a lot of changes, and I totally agree with the flower thing. Who was it? Oh. See? He's back in my time. But
Can you
anyway.
bring the microphone down so we can...
I'm short.
Oh, that's right. I'm getting hard of hearing, so that works out.
Okay. I think it looks beautiful downtown, just the way it is. And it's only for 3 months. I mean, let's take care of winter, like they've been talking about the problem with the snow. I remember those trucks that would blow it, and it never pushed it over the way it does. But I guess you can't afford those anymore. Or maybe you can make some new trucks, cement trucks, pick up the snow. No. But anyway, I think instead of hiring so many people for that and flowers and everything, we need to pick up the streets. They're looking really bad in the summertime, especially around the bus stops. And what else did I want to comment on? I've taken the bus every day for 10 months, every single day. And I didn't mind it taking an hour to go anywhere, because now I still have to take an hour to go anywhere on several different buses now. So anyway, it's a 50-50 thing, I think, with the bus. And eventually, everybody will get it figured out, I hope. I had one other comment, but I forgot what it was. I'm so nervous.
Anything else, ma'am?
Just wanted to thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski has a question. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm very curious to hear people's experiences, and you've ridden the bus for 10 months now. With the new schedule, is it really making your commute or your drive any shorter? You said you take several buses now.
Well, it's taken away me going to the library in 15 minutes. I literally have to walk 20 minutes to catch the bus, then go downtown, catch what is it now, 25, to the library.
So it actually has made it longer for you.
Well, in a way not, though.
Okay.
No, because the one I caught a 36, it went all the way around Turnagain before, or wait, no, not that one. Oh, no, I'm wrong.
It's okay. You're doing great.
I'm a little nervous. No, when I got on it on 36, no, it went right down to the library. But if I wanted to go downtown or, I mean, now, yeah.
So there's pluses and minuses to it.
Yeah.
Well, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
But I do wish there were more directly to the library for people. I've heard a lot of comments about that.
Thank you very much.
No 60, no 36.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing seeing no one, public testimony is closed. I'm closing testimony on the first public hearing. You'll have another chance in about 2 weeks to testify again. But this public hearing is closed. Item 14A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. What? We're there. Okay, we're now down to 14H. Ordinance AO 2017-122, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly directing a change in the name of the Port of Anchorage to Port of Alaska. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify? Please come forward, state your inquiry for the record, spell your last name. With the exception of you, Mr. Coffey, you know who you are.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Dan Coffey, and the reason I came today is because I wanted to relate a brief history of fundraising for the port. When the Sullivan administration sent me to Juneau several years ago, one of the things we told the legislature that led to the successful appropriation of about $90 million, which is still being used today, although I hear it's mostly exhausted. We told them and said to them, this is the port for Alaska. We used that very same phrase because it was politically advantageous as well as true. And it helped us tremendously when people from Fairbanks and other districts north of us were considering the appropriation. So I would urge that you support this resolution or this ordinance and reflect that our port is truly the Port of Alaska. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Question for Mr. Coffey from members. Thank you for coming in, Dan. We appreciate you being here.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go home and watch the World Series, which I taped so I could be here tonight. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dan. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Welcome, sir.
Hi, here I am again, Ned Larrabee II, a tutor in Lake Otis area. I don't think we should change the name. The reason why is every time we change the name, everybody gets confused. What are you going to do about all the old maps that still have the port of Anchorage on? Anyhow, I want that port to be known for Anchorage, not the whole state of Alaska, because Alaska's too big. For instance, if I say, where's the port of Alaska, you're going to have to look around, or somebody that doesn't know the area is going to have to look around. You say where the port of Anchorage is, well, we know where Anchorage is. That's where the port is. So it's kind of silly to change the name after all these years. It was the Port of Anchorage. I mean, look what they did to Beryl. I can't even pronounce the new name, so I still call it Beryl like everybody else does, even the weathermen on TV. I mean, how much money are we going to spend, by the way, to change this name? And couldn't this money be used better elsewhere, like on the bus system? I mean, think about it. Why are we doing this? It works now. That's my comment. My name's Ed Larrabee. Anybody have any questions?
No questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed. The will switch to the body.
Move to approve 2017-122S.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Wilton, sir.
Just to clarify for anyone who's interested, they're in a wise addition to this ordinance that says that they can change the name slowly over time so it doesn't cost them anything really.
The cost is zero.
The point
sir.
was important, but they did cover that. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I just wanted, so I working with you, developed the S version. It does exactly what Mr. Weddleton just said. So we don't have to change the logo on the side of the building or on the side of the cars. We aren't going to spend money doing that. But as they are replaced in the normal course of business, they will use this new name, and that was intended to keep it revenue neutral.
Yep.
Or cost neutral.
Any other comments from assembly members prior to voting?
Yep.
Mr. Constant, sir.
Thank you. I just am really glad to be working to see the port revision and rescope and come up with a plan that we can help and hopefully get statewide support to help in ensuring that it's viable for the next 100 years of Anchorage's history.
Thank you, sir. Ms. LaFrance, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for other members of the body. Have any of you received any feedback from anybody on this? I recall seeing one email where I think one person thought that maybe this wouldn't be a good thing for Anchorage in terms of Anchorage's branding, but I haven't heard anything else except a few positive comments in terms of possibly increasing options for state funding.
I will tell you as the author of this that I've received no negative feedback on this. Quite frankly, when we go down to Juneau, there's a problem because if they see Anchorage on it, the rest of the state votes against it. In reality, 85% of everything that comes to the state comes through this port. And it's way past time of saying it's not the Port of Alaska, it's Port of Anchorage. It is the Port of Alaska. It happens to be here, but this is where it's at, and this is where all the goods come into the state from. Could you imagine if this port ever shut down, the problem we'd have getting even stables at the store? So on a short line, every couple days a ship comes in. It comes in here, nowhere else. So that's the reason I brought this forward, ma'am. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I'm a contrarian voice. I think it will be a bit negative with our friends in Juneau. And there is a good bit of paranoia about the state being dominated by one city. And the Seward port was there long before Anchorage. And a lot of stuff goes there, mostly commodities. And then, of course, Whittier. So I think we will lose more than we gain. I would have suggested that we call it the Anchorage State Port or Anchorage Statewide Port. And I appreciate the efforts. It actually does reflect the reality or some of the reality of what goes across the dock there. But without great passion, I'm going to vote against this. It's not because I don't recognize what a great asset the port is to the state.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only real, I would say, negative comment, I had one or two people say this is really how you're using your time. I look at it this way. Literally, it's taking us 5 minutes to do it. Utigavik is how you say barrow now, just so you know. But Mr. Chair, when you brought this up, it was something that, to me, it made sense. Fundamentally, if you look at the Port of Anchorage and look at how it's used, what is it, 90% of all commodities come across?
85 to 90%.
Yeah. I mean, we're in the high 80s, low 90s of the products that come into Alaska come in through the Port of Anchorage. So if you look at fundamentally how it's used and what it's used for, it really is the Port of Alaska. And frankly, Anchorage is the largest city in the largest state, has the biggest population base. I don't think it would be hard for somebody to pick out on a map that the Port of Alaska is probably in Anchorage. I'm really not worried about that. What are we going to do? I think in the new maps, it'll say Port of Alaska. I think this is something that just really reflects reality. So, I think Senator Dyson makes some really good comments, and he might be exactly right, especially with some of the members from Seward or some of the other areas that have ports. And to that, I would defer to his history with the legislature, but just reflecting how the port's used and what it really does represent. It represents the majority of things coming into the state. I think it makes sense. So I'm willing to roll the dice and tick off a couple of legislators.
Some of us are happy to join you doing that. Mr. Willington?
Well, we have a couple other former legislators here, because I think Mr. Dyson's point from that viewpoint is important to hear. So I don't know, Mr. Peterson and Croft, what's your experience? Will this make the legislature say, sure, we should fund that?
Well, Mr. Weddleton, sir, I was actually thinking about coming up with an amendment to this that would say Port of Alaska in Anchorage, sort of like, the University of Alaska Anchorage or something like that. So it would be the Port of Alaska in Anchorage. Just thinking about it.
Any other comments?
I have one.
Mr. Dunbar?
So I can imagine, and this is speculation to a certain degree, but what we're trying to do is communicate to Juneau and to the whole state that this is a shared asset, right? And all of us, I think, at this point have gone down to the port and seen the really extensive corrosion on the pilings down there. It is a disaster waiting to happen. A serious seismic event, you get liquefaction on the sediments behind it, wipe out the port, and now the whole state is in a really, really bad situation. And so we are trying to find a way to communicate that to everyone. And I can imagine a world, and I know Ms. Domboski didn't support this last year, the idea of a general obligation bond for the state. But if it does come to pass that the legislators put a general obligation bond out to the state and the people get to vote on it, if it says Port of Alaska on the ballot instead of Port of Anchorage on the ballot, I think they are much more likely to vote yes, because of an unfortunate reality coming from rural Alaska. I can say there is a certain amount of anti-Anchorage sentiment out there. So I'll be supporting this ordinance.
Mr. Dyson, sir?
Yeah, thank you.
Second bite at the apple?
Yeah, thank you. So I've been sitting here trying to figure out what's wrong with what all you are saying. And I realize two things. You're thinking only of incoming stuff, and you're all city boys. So there we have
I grew up in the bush.
a port in Valdez that has transported, hundreds of millions of barrels of oil. Dutch Harbor is the largest fish exporting port in the world most years. Even Naknek, with the new dock they've got there, is the largest salmon moving facility in the world. The Red Dog mine, the zinc mine there, is the second or third largest in the world, and all that ore gets lightered out to ships and goes into Vancouver for stuff. Second or third largest in the world. So if you think about our exports, and of course Seward has been where the coal has gone out, we have enough coal for all of North America's energy needs for 300 years. Whether or not that'll ever be scientifically and environmentally and politically valid to ship out. So if you think about exports as well as imports, I think calling our port the Alaska port is disingenuous, but only if you're thinking about what ports do, importing and exporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Croft, sir.
In Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 2, "'Tis but thy name that is my enemy," says Juliet. "What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other word would smell as sweet." I think that's the problem, right? We're arguing over the name, and the name gets in the way. It is both. All the things we've said here are true. It is where most of the state's incoming resources come through. It is not where most of our exports come out of, or we push out of. But it is, I think it'll make a subtle, as Shakespeare said, but important long-term point to change this name. It is how we get most of our goods, and hopefully will make a subtle difference in our discussions with Juneau. So I support it.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Steele, sir?
Yeah, and I think Mr. Dyson is correct. Those are all Alaska's ports. And I think to refer to them as Alaska's ports is good. But this is, we're saying the port of Alaska. And I think it reflects the fact that a lot of goods come in through that. We have the rail link. We have the airport link. We have a lot of links that help us transport those goods and services. And I think it's an appropriate name. So I will vote for it. Thank you.
Mr. Willington, sir?
Well, I really appreciate Mr. Dyson's points, and it tells me we better do this fast before they steal the idea.
Mr. Constant, sir?
Mr. Weddleton just stole my thunder. I was going to say that this city boy right here from the downtown of Anchorage, Alaska, who's very proud that the port is in our community, in our neighborhood, believes that we better get there first.
Thank you. I'll just remind the body that where do the military shipments come in if they're shipping it to Alaska? Comes through our port right here. That's where, if anything ever goes up, they've got to get military goods. That's where it comes right here, nowhere else but here.
And when they deploy, when they ship stuff out to deploy, too.
From here.
You bet.
Please vote.
Hey,
Can you vote,
mark this
Mr. Croft? Would you mind audibly voting, Mr. Croft?
Yes.
We're having a small technical problem.
Are you ready?
Ready? That passes 10-1. My thanks to the body. Next item in front of us is item 14I, which is AO 2017-130, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 15.20.0202 to reduce the notice time for illegal camp site abatement from 15 days to 10 days. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name and clear for the record. Spell your last name and tell us what town you live in. I can't believe there's no one here to testify on this. Okay.
My name's Ed Larrabee the second.
Testifying, Ed.
Yeah, you called me, so here I am. I know a lot of people, see, I live off of Falker Street, and I know a lot of people that do camp out in the woods, and they've been doing it for 20 years, and they move around. And I asked them about this. I said, look, is there much difference between 15 days and 10 days? And they said, yeah, because they need to gather their stuff, and it might take that long to gather it. And I said, yeah, you guys are going to leave a mess. And sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. But we ought to allow them enough time to clean up the place. Most of them do. Most of them do clean up the place when they leave. But I've walked around and seen campsites, and it was terrible. It looked like a junkyard. Now, if you're going to lower it to 10 days, you're going to give them an excuse. Oh, we would clean up this area, but we haven't got enough time. They took away our time. So then it gets dumped back on you guys. Well, why are you guys doing it to the community? That's what a lot of people are going to be saying. So it's something to think about. Do we really want to do this? I oppose change. I think don't give them an excuse. You know, let them have enough time to clean up the place if they're going to do it. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. You know, but give them enough time. That's my thinking. My name's Ed Larrabee. Anybody have any questions?
No questions, sir.
Mr. Constant.
Mine is to the main motion.
Okay. I guess there are no questions, Ed. Thank you.
Unbelievable.
What do you do? Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, and put testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
I need a second. Okay.
Second.
You're first in line, Chris.
Yeah, thank you.
Uh-oh.
I told a few of you tonight an anecdote of my drive to this assembly meeting. And basically, I was on
Chris,
Gamble.
hold on. Did you want to testify on this item?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Chris, let's let her
Yeah, no problem.
reopen the testimony.
Are we still on this?
This is on the 15 days for the camp.
Okay, so
Go ahead, ma'am.
I live on a street called Boundary, and it used to be called Paradise Lane. And it's a beautiful campground, and some of you hike there and you let your dogs walk there. It's absolutely beautiful, and I love living there. I live at the 3rd speed bump, and if it weren't for Pete and some other guys, we wouldn't even have the speed bumps on Boundary. So it's getting better and better over there. But we have a problem because if we keep it 15 days, then myself and about 500 other people, so imagine me representing 500 people, with really nice personalities and really nice houses, they're just like us, they're getting shot at, and I know that dips into the SB 91, but this last couple months, we've had people that legitimately are camping because they're poor, but then we have people who are camping because they want to do their heroin in the tent and they want to get their drugs at McDonald's on Dubin because that's the heroin hellhole right now is McDonald's on Dubin. So a lot of stuff happens on the trail from Boundary to McDonald's on Dubin, and I can't seem to get a street light up there. There's 100 feet of pitch black, but that's another subject. So when these people get their little ticket pinned to their tent, when they get their little ticket pinned to the tent, so people like me, and imagine 500 more of me, we get shot at. We had shots last night, and I don't know if those shots were coming from the campground, but I'll give you an example. On 4th of July, we had, and people didn't believe me. I went on Facebook and I said, I have tenters 45 feet from where my son sleeps in the driveway, and I took a tape measure and I measured. It was 45 feet, and the reason the police couldn't see it is sometimes if you look up on that hill, there's a little bear hill, and the bears sit there and they watch our garbage, right, because they're the garbage bears. But you couldn't see the tent because it was 45 feet right there. But those gentlemen, they actually shot at our house. And when we'd call the police, they'd say, well, we already checked that. We drove by. And I said, no, you did not. I watched you on my cameras. You did not get out of your car. You did not walk up the Bear Hill. So my point is, 10 days or 15 days, because of not just SB 91, but our problem we have dealing with campers and the campground, we're getting shot at, we're getting robbed, we're getting things stolen. I watch my cars all the time. But the closer, I guess my point is, that road, so you got Boundary, if they're close to the illegal side of camping, they have access to all our stuff and they watch us. But if they're on the legal side, they all behaved themselves this summer. They were wonderful. It was clean. But if you look at the Boundary side, we're dealing with serious, serious crime. And so the 15 days almost got us all killed this summer because of SB 91. Because they can shoot at our house and never go to jail. They can do it. We had 2 shootings, one by Boundary in Muldoon, one down further on Jelinek, partly because it's pitch black. It is pitch black there right now. So thank you for hearing me.
Question from assembly members. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So they still don't have the additional streetlight installed yet?
Oh, no, and they tell me it's impossible. The different people have email. You are the only person that's been positive about putting a light there. And the funny thing is, even if it was one light, that's only that side of the street. The campground itself is pitch black, so there are no lights there. And so what they do is they do their drugs in the camp. They skitter across that vacant lot between Jelinek and Grand Larry. They get their drugs at McDonald's, and last night we heard shots from McDonald's. So we also had a man shot 6 times in the stomach, and it was never on the news because we're Muldoon, so we don't get to be in the news. And then they skitter back into the camp. And I've even asked, I hate to complain so much, because I know the city is doing a lot of good things. I even asked the police who policed that campground, I said, would you like to see my videos of what these guys are doing 45 feet from my driveway? And they said no. So I said, okay, let me know if you want to see them. So, anyway.
Anything else, sir?
No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions for this individual? Mr. Whittleton?
I don't know, did you give us your name?
My name is Lisa, and my last name starts with an L. Yep.
Any questions from Assembly members? Mr. Bowski, ma'am?
Thank you, Lisa, for your testimony again. What you're describing sounds to me for an issue that would be ripe for the CAP team. Chief McCoy, would it be possible for you to get her information and then pass along? Chief McCoy is sitting right over there. If you can just stop by and give, I don't want you to give it on the record, but if you'll just give him your address, he'll make sure that our CAP team follows up on your homeless camp. And I'm sure he's over there taking notes, so I'm sure he was checking about the shooting that you reported last night, too.
Yeah.
So if you'll just check with him, he'll help you.
And it's really clean right now. Actually, there's a guy named Greg, I don't know if you know Greg, that works for the city. He is a total hero in our neighborhood. He goes where cops will not go, but Greg will go. He's very brave.
Well, we want to definitely get your specific location, because it sounds like it's really ground zero. We want to make sure that the CAP team has your information, so Chief McCoy will help you there.
Cool, I will do that. And if anybody can think in their mind of any streets in this town, there are entire streets where there's not a single street light. So I measured ours as 100 feet pitch black. So I collect those, and I have 8 so far. So if you have any, let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Assembly members? Mr. Constance?
Yeah, actually, if you go from 10th Avenue to 12th Avenue on Gamble Street, the state highway, there's one light. That's 600 feet.
Right, yeah, that's on my list. Got that one. Yeah.
Any other questions for Lisa? Ma'am, thanks for coming and testifying. We appreciate it. Back to where we were. We had a motion to approve and a motion to second. Mr. Constant?
Yep, thank you. So on my way to work tonight to this meeting, I was driving just up from the creek on Gamble Street when I watched a man walk across the highway pushing a brand new snowplow that still had the tags on it from probably Home Depot because it was orange and yellow. I could see that much detail, but a brand new snowplow right over the road and right into the woods at the camp. Last week I had to call AFD because there was a chimney of smoke coming out of that camp. And so these camps we're basically ceding public property to private property at this time. And we, although they can't take the land by legal means, they have certainly settled there, and I think we have a duty to start figuring out strategies to reclaim these lands. We're working hard to house the homeless folks as best we can, and we also have to do the other side of this equation, which is get in there and clean it up, to which I challenge the administration to find us a line item in the budget we can push on to fund camp cleanup and mitigation. Thank you.
They may be coming forward soon enough, sir. Mr. Whittleton?
Well, I guess follow up on what Mr. Constant said. I mean, this is an interesting ordinance, but it really just barely nips around the edges. I mean, we have lost our parks and our trails to homeless people, and we had a lawsuit several years ago that basically gives them a 2-week free lease in our parks, and once that happened, they know they're good, so they camp right next to the trails, right next to schools, right next to playgrounds and in playgrounds, and it simply is not fair to have given up our public parks to the homeless. And whatever the crisis is in their life, I think there is no balance now. It has gone too far. And I'd like to see something more dramatic than this that says, look, we're pushing back, and we'll maybe try to find a place for them. But, before that agreement, they were deeper into the woods, which certainly didn't help their plight, but people were at least a little more comfortable going into playgrounds. Where we are now simply doesn't work. And this does very little to do it. I appreciate the thought, but I think we need to push much, much harder. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor.
I can't hear you, sir.
I would like to be listed as a co-sponsor.
Madam Clerk, got that? Thank you, Fred. Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As usual, Mr. Croft brings to us some very interesting ordinances that bites off a lot. And as I said at the last Assembly Committee on Homelessness, this really needs to be put into context in the broader discussion of the continuum that we are employing, both from the municipality side, the coalition side, and United Way's side, that's sort of the three-legged stool, to combat this issue. So with that in mind, I think there are ways we can make this stronger, and I think we can make it much more holistic. So I'd like to move that we postpone this ordinance to the meeting of December 5th.
Second.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this, I think this is an appropriate step, but it's not the entire solution. As Mr. Weddleton and many others have said, I've had amendments drafted regarding proximity to school, proximity to transportation, that is if you're in the road right-of-way. There's been a lot of discussion about whether you can do an entire park ban, that is, you're illegally camping in Valley of the Moon Park, don't come back to Valley of the Moon Park. There's a lot of ideas that the community council, assembly members, the public have brought up. So postponing action till December 5th I think is appropriate so that we can have the public, community councils weigh in, and also so we can decide what additions we're going to make to this. I'm also sensitive to the point that while I think 10 days is more appropriate than 15, this has to be part of a broader, and is part of a broader homelessness strategy. That is, we're not going to simply move these people around. We have to have options for them. We have to have a viable place for them to go, and we try to do that, and we're doing more on both temporary and permanent housing. So we really want to make this part of a broader strategy on how you house the homeless, not just move them from camp to camp. So moving it till December 5th, I think, makes sense. It allows for more time for us to develop some of the other ideas and allows us to add maybe some of those components that have real treatment and housing options.
The motion was made to change this, postpone it to December 5th, but we didn't get a second,
No,
at least on the record. Who seconded it?
I did.
Okay. We just had to have that recorded. So we're fine there. Mr. Croft, anything else, sir?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dyson, sir?
Yeah, thank you. I seldom disagree with the sponsor of a ordinance that I agree with. I think there's no reason to delay. We know that this is good. There's no cogent argument about it. The idea that it empowers less cleanup, follow the logic trail that I'm not familiar with. And nothing we do tonight will in any way preclude all the other things we want to do in the future. Nothing we do in the future would rescind this. At least I can't imagine it. So here's something we know we can do. It'll make a little difference and doesn't preclude future actions, and so I don't agree with postponing.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Dunbar, sir, on the motion to postpone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I I guess out of respect for the sponsors, I will support the motion to postpone just because it's your ordinance and you've asked for more time. But I do think there's something to be said for what Mr. Dyson just said as well. My question is, why till December 5th? We have 2 meetings between them. We don't think we could get this done by November 21st, for example. Why do you think it's going to take us 3 meetings to get to where we need to get to? I guess that's for Mr. Rivera and for Mr.
Rivera,
Croft.
you made the motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Dunbar. That was in consultation with the crafter of the ordinance, but if the crafter of the ordinance is amenable to moving it up a meeting date, I would be as well.
I've got a few others, and I'll get to you, Eric.
Okay.
Mr. Constant, on the issue to postpone to the 5th of December.
Yeah, I think that the budget considerations over the next 2 weeks are number one priority. And so a delay of a slight amount, I don't think is terrible. But I will speak to the importance of this issue. I've spent 3 years on a committee before I was elected, and now I'm elected attending homelessness committees that are broadly, almost unanimously, the carrot. There's so much carrot that we're all turning orange. And we have to do something on the other side of the equation. Otherwise, we truly do cede the land to those who are using it for an adverse purpose. And I would suggest that the experience that you heard at the committee, where the homeless coordinator went into the camps with concerned neighbors and were chased out by a machete-wielding individual who decided that was his place. There was a generator operating and a bike chop shop in place. And then people at that committee meeting talked about that as if the folks who were the neighbors who went into the camps just didn't follow the proper order of how we go into camps. It's unacceptable that we get chased out of our camps by people wielding machetes. And so we really have to do something on the other side of the equation, because I'm tired of carrots.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. The chair has given me the gavel and asked to speak, so I will recognize Mr. Trainee at this time.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against postponing this thing to the 5th of December. We know what the problem is now. We need to deal with it now. And keep in mind, voting for this, you're still going to get sued by ACLU, so it really doesn't matter. They're going to sue us anyway. And I don't care. Because quite frankly, we'll deal with that in the court system. But this is time to move on. Every one of us has constituents who call us weekly with problems. They've seen these homeless camps are coming through our neighborhoods. I'm sorry, it's not acceptable. I'm not going to postpone this item. I intend to move it forward, and I'll do whatever I can to get money put in to the budget. Because we haven't got the budget going yet. Let's get the budget. Let's put money into cleaning up the homeless camps, because we got John Rada telling us how little money he has. When I asked him our last budget meeting, we got $3 million in fund balance. So we can take a portion of that to clean up these camps. Because right now the public doesn't see the camps being cleaned up. They are, but they don't see it. So we need to make sure the public sees these camps. And if we have to go to court and fight this out with the ACLU, fine. That's where most things are done at. Let's get it done there. So I'm not going to vote to postpone it. Sorry.
Are you done, Mr. Chairman?
I'm done.
All right, I'm recognizing Eric, then I'm giving you back your gavel.
Thank you. I would have recognized him. Eric, go ahead, sir.
I feel like we picked up some hitchhikers, and now they're complaining we're not driving fast enough. I think this is a good ordinance, or I would not have introduced it. I think delaying for about a month, a little over, is appropriate. We're heading into the winter season, and there are very significant, so for a couple of reasons, 3 that I'd identify. One is possible litigation by the ACLU. I disagree, Mr. Chairman. I've seen in my practice and then in public policy letters that are, we're going to sue you. The letter the ACLU sent seemed very different to me. It seemed much more of a, let's think about this. The ACLU doesn't have a seat at this assembly, and we make our own decisions, but I do think we have to be careful about the litigation history that has been there. And I think they're open to a discussion, and I want to have that discussion with them. Secondly, I think as it stands, it does good, but there are a lot of more good that it could do, particularly on schools, on right-of-ways, on other issues, and those have only started to be drafted. And the third aspect is, I mean, we really do, both as a litigation strategy, but also as public policy, want to make sure that what we're doing is part of a real option for homeless people. That is, it really gives them something that they can do. And we're working on those housing options, but we can develop them more. So I'd love to bring back, after a month, here's this ordinance. Here is addressing parks and camps in parks and maybe a park-wide ban and school areas. And here is how we are dealing with the homeless that we're moving around. That is, here's what we're doing with them, and here's another component of that strategy. So for all those reasons, as well as giving the public, which you were surprised and I was surprised, wasn't testifying on this issue, which we know the public is very interested in, some more time to weigh in. I think December 5th, and I chose that just kind of a month away, but to give us time for work sessions, community councils, which meet monthly, but to weigh in, and to work with Nancy as part of an overall strategy. I think it's appropriate to postpone it. So I appreciate the hitchhikers saying go faster, but I think this is the appropriate speed.
Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Coffey did a good job, and I like this version of it. I guess I would like to support going in and voting for it. There isn't anything wrong with incrementalism. When we work the other stuff out, we can add it. But I think we need to make some movement on this. I hope that if we pass this ordinance tonight, that will give us a countdown to getting rid of the tent in the right-of-way between Northern Lights and Benson at Lois. It's about a 30-foot right-of-way. Tucked in the bushes there is a tent. It's been there for at least a month, and I would like to get it out of the right-of-way. I think it's a danger, and I think it's also it's against the law. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I'm feeling that if we delay this a month, it's only going to end up delaying the legal procedure that's going to be started by the ACLU by a month. And so I'm thinking that if we pass this, the sooner we pass it, the sooner the legal process kicks in. If we want to come back and amend it in December, we can certainly do that. I agree with Mr. Dyson. I think it's a good place to start right now, and I'm going to be voting in favor of not delaying. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar, sir, on the issue of postponement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to pull a Bill Evans special and get back in the queue, but apologize for it. So I'm sorry that I'm going again, but I just want to speak in favor of Mr. Croft and sort of, one, his right to sort of control the speed of his own ordinance, and that's not a absolute right by any stretch of the imagination. We all craft these together, but I think there's a certain respect we usually give to people that are crafting their own ordinance. The other point, though, is, I think this will have, if we don't vote to postpone, it might have the perverse effect of delaying the implementation of some of the other reforms. And the reason is because this is the vehicle with the appropriate title that will allow us to do other things related to people who are experiencing homelessness and these kind of issues. If we don't vote to delay and we vote on this tonight, there's no other logical vehicle for those other reforms. And in order to pass those, we'd have to get going on some other kind of ordinance, introduce it, and then presumably do work sessions and other kind of public testimony on that as well. And you could end up through December. And I know that our legal counsel, for example, is working on a number of things. So I'm just saying, like, you probably wouldn't get that ordinance in by next meeting either. So again, for the other reforms I think we want to see, I think if we don't vote to postpone this, you might have the perverse effect of actually pushing those out further. So I'm going to vote for the motion to postpone.
Mr. Dunbar, excuse me, Mr. Constant, sir.
Thank you, and I'm not going to apologize for speaking again. I think there's another consideration that weighs into any action that we make tonight or another night. If you have been paying attention to the rate of camp clearing, probably you recognize that it's not actually happening all that quickly. That the function of how camps are cleared is based on the resources available of the CAP team and the Parks and Rec Department to actually demobilize camps and clear them out on the 15-day timeline. And so a consistent complaint you hear from the public is, I notified the public, I went through the Muni website, we noticed the camp, and then nothing happened. And so in speaking with members of the CAP team, personally and fairly informally, they said to me, as a member of the Assembly, please caution your peers up there to be careful what you ask us to do, because we don't do magic. We can't just make things happen. We don't have the human power and the resources to do the job you're asking already. And so by us squeezing the narrow timeline without thinking through the ramifications, without coming up with a budget for how we're going to roll out a plan that deals with campers in our woods, with housing the homeless we have to deal with, without thinking that through, we're actually going to see more of the same, which is not much change at all. And so while I am hot on the topic of let's do something, expletive, I'm very thoughtful about how we approach this question, and I think a month is probably enough time to get us a budget, a proposal, and a framework in which we can roll this out in a humane and reasonable way that protects our neighborhoods and ensures that we can go back and ski on or fat tire bike on our trails without being threatened.
Mr. Dyson, sir.
Yeah, I don't want to be offensive. And I appreciate you all's optimism. I'm very aware of this problem since I was chosen to join you 4 or 5 months ago. This has been a project for me. And last night I was reading about the efforts in LA, Portland, and Seattle, and virtually every metropolitan area stuff. You guys are really bright, and you got a good committee. Go ahead and surprise me and come up with a new magic solution that no one else in all those areas for all these years have figured out. You got to figure, once you find out a piece of real estate to move them to, then you got to get dumpsters and garbage cans and rent-a-cans out there, and probably will give the city some liability because it's our designated place. And if you don't do that, then you've got all the private places, the public lands, parks, unattended or unmanaged private property, and then that. And if you want to house them somewhere, the housing first seems to work. But good luck at finding neighborhoods where people want to go there. And I don't know how you manage as a city to get a building and spend $85,000 an apartment fixing it up. My wife can do it, and she's good at plumbing, electrical, painting, sheetrock, and so on and so forth, probably without the city inspector. So, so you guys are going to figure out some magic solutions that no one else has done, find the money to do them, and put that all together after this budget cycle and come up with a magic plan? I don't think so. Here's one small step, and let's do it. And I want to do everything I can to encourage you and to do whatever we can to find out what works in other areas. But we got one thing we know we can do. And the magic that you all in the committee are going to come up with a few weeks from now, I'll support it. And I'm willing to sacrifice a lot of other city services, in order to make it happen. So I vote to not postpone.
Mr. Rivera, on the issue of postponement, sir, and I'm about to end this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're getting second and third shots at this thing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree in that this is a good idea, but I don't see why we need to rush this, and particularly because winter is here, and this is the time of year that the CAP team doesn't abate as often. Their number of abatements go down drastically. Parks and Rec right now isn't even cleaning. Their cleanup crew is done. So in terms of logistics of how this gets implemented, there's no reason to rush this right now. I'm not going to repeat all the great things that Mr. Constant and Dunbar and Croft said on other reasons why we shouldn't postpone. We should postpone, excuse me. Whoop. Thanks.
Mr. Whittleton, you can have a final comment, sir.
I had a question for Mr. Gates. Mr. Dunbar said that this could be a vehicle for a broad array of other changes, but this says fairly specifically that this regards abatement from 15 days to 10 days. So if we added into it a variety of things, such as perhaps a shorter time of abatement for camps that are on trails or next to trails near schools and so on, would that be inappropriate given the title?
Mr. Wilson, thank you. I think that if we add additional items to this ordinance, given that it won't be heard again until December 5th, that there's sufficient time for notice to the public of the change of title or any change in character. However, I think that the main character of the ordinance, there's a test for when a change is so substantial that it changes the character of an ordinance, that it has to be, the process has to be redone. I don't think that will be the case here for the two reasons. One, it's not, I think, changing the main character of the ordinance, which is addressing illegal campsites. And also there's the second reason, sufficient time for notice of any change in the ordinance for the public to be aware of what's going on.
All right, thank you.
I think it would be okay.
Okay. Nobody else in the queue? Let's vote. We're voting on the issue of whether to postpone till December 5th. Yes, we'll postpone, or no, we'll not. Please vote. Or nay, whatever you want.
Okay.
Is not postponed. Motion fails. We're moving forward on this item. Further discussion on this item before we vote on it? Motion to approve is on the floor. It's not being postponed. We're voting on it tonight. Any other comments from assembly members? Not seeing anybody?
One quick one, just that I will ride hard on let's get to the next step. This isn't done.
Mr. Dyson, sir.
No.
Okay, ready?
I'm just signaling approval.
Okay. Please vote.
We already did.
No, you're voting on the main.
No, I know. It's just screwed up.
Sorry, this would be one of those little issues where you go backwards and it's not like that. So I'm going to recess.
You want to do a voice vote? We can do that.
I'd like to.
Get on the record. Make Heidi happy.
I just need to join the motion.
Okay. Just let me know when.
Okay, you shouldn't have it.
Please vote. Almost like Juno. Are you sure you want to vote that way? What's wrong, Barbara? Well, he voted, I voted. We have to do a voice vote?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, need a voice vote? Okay. We need to do voice vote, I'm sorry.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Steele? Yes. Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Croft?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Dombowski?
Yes.
Mr. Dyson?
Yes.
That is approved. The vote is 11-0. That was approved by the body. Next item in front of us, item 14J. Item 14J is AO 217137, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adding a new Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.30.1620 to establish a survivors medical insurance premium program. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no one, public testimony is closed. The votes wish to the body. Mr.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Mr. Constant, sir.
Yeah, thank you. At our first meeting of this term after our election for the new members, we had a resolution that was read that was in support of public safety individuals who have died in the line of service to the municipality. And at the same time, the state of Alaska was contemplating and in fact did pass a survivor fund for public safety fire people. And at the time, there was a discussion among some members that Anchorage ought to buy into that program. And we had some discussions with the administration and concluded that it wasn't wise to buy into the state program for a number of reasons, but rather it's better to go our own way. And in the discussions that ensued, it became clear that if we were to provide such a benefit, its usage based on past experience for the municipality would be very, very rare, thank goodness, and that it would be more advantageous to us as a body to approve basically the extension of insurance premiums rather than the creation of a fund. Because instead of us spending money every year in anticipation of someday utilizing, instead we would, in the unlikely and hopefully non-existent use of this section of the code, that we would just buy coverage on the market for individuals. And the administration provided a fiscal analysis. There is no statement of economic effects of this because at this time there's nobody who would be a beneficiary. It would start upon passage and signature by the chair. But the analysis of the audit was that it would be roughly $3,000 a month for an average family if the benefit were accessed. When I contemplate that we have 3,000 employees or so that we cover in our benefits package and provide insurance for, if we had one or two or even a few more than that, it seems like a very negligible expense to provide this kind of assurance to the individuals who are serving the municipality and who might unfortunately give their lives in service in their duty. One aspect that I am proud of in the analysis, we decided that citywide, it's not just limited to public safety, fire, but in fact anyone, IBEW, or it could be someone abating a camp, something God forbid should happen, that their families would for a period of time not have to think about whether or not they would be covered with health insurance. Because basically, in that moment of crisis, the last thing you want to think about is, how am I going to be able to pay for my child's health care? And so the purpose of this bill is to provide some assurance to those who are serving our community that we have their backs in a critical time of need. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. So I'm very supportive of this and the efforts. I want to thank our newest members, all of whom had a part in this. I wanted to ask Chris or perhaps someone from the administration who is also working on this. I'm still a little bit confused about how it's funded. So my understanding is we're not setting aside any funds, right? So it's just after someone were to pass away, we go out into the market and purchase health insurance for the survivors. Is that how it's going to work? And then would that money come out of the line item of the department where that person passed away, or would it be something more general? How would that work exactly?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dunbar, it's anticipated at this time that it would be budgeted for probably within the Employee Relations Department when and if there was a need. And at the dollar values that we're contemplating at this point, we don't believe we need to do a lot more planning than that in order to prepare for this.
Mr. Dunbar?
Not a super satisfying answer, but I think I understand what you're getting at. Thank you, Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really want to thank my colleague, Mr. Constant, for corralling us newbies. And earlier today, I just want to speak briefly for folks who are wondering why we're expanding beyond what the state did and what Representative Josephson worked hard on at the legislative level. I went to the ML&P luncheon today, and I talked to some linemen, and they put their lives at risk on a pretty regular basis when we have some pretty bad storms, like we had a few years ago, and it only makes logical sense to include them in this mechanism. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Thank you. Ms. Nabowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I see somebody in the audience that I'm sure can give us a better explanation of when we have an employee pass away. We've had a couple firemen in recent times pass away, and I'm wondering if ER could come up and just explain to us when we have somebody die, how in the past it's worked, and how you expect this would change from how police and fire are treated.
Through the chair, Ms. Domboski, could you repeat the last part of that, please?
It kind of goes to Mr. Dunbar's question, but rather than put it into some abstract concept, we've had employees die on the job before, and I'm thinking specifically of firemen that I know have passed away. And this was clearly before the survivor benefits, but how does it work now when we have a fireman die? And how do you see, I would assume it's going to be similar, using this method.
So currently, what would happen is that employee's dependents would be offered COBRA, and so it would be self-pay COBRA for them. How it differs with this plan is that the MOA would go out on the marketplace and purchase insurance or reimburse them their premium or something to that effect.
Sure. And my understanding, if, for example, if my husband, kicks the bucket tomorrow, the insurance would carry through the rest of the year, through that period?
Through the month. So if he would die on the 15th, it would go through the end of the month.
Okay. Okay. All right. And so, okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So item 3 on the back, if you look at the page 2, states that the director shall implement a method that provides payment of the medical insurance premium. Mr. Dunbar, the idea of this ordinance is not to spell out explicitly the method of how this is going to work, but in fact to allow the administration to administer the program. And so it wasn't our hope to craft a program from beginning to end, but instead, number 3 there specifically charges the director of the benefits program to deal with that. So really the express intent is do this. And I do urge your support. Thank you.
Any other comments from Assembly members? Seeing none, please vote. That's approved unanimously. My thanks to the new members of the Assembly that brought this word to us. Good piece of legislation. Thank you. Next item in front of us is item 14K. Resolution AR 2017-334, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating when tendered $200,000 to the grant from the State of Alaska Department of Commerce and Community Economic Development, the State Direct/Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231, Anchorage Police Department for a police department patrol of the Seward Highway. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify? Please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spare your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion from Assembly members. Mr. Constant, sir.
Yeah, just a quick question. I recognize that we started providing this service some weeks ago, and from a procedural perspective, how are we paying for this if we haven't appropriated it?
To whichever city manager would like to answer that question.
That's an excellent question, and one that we hoped the Assembly would not ask. We neglected to appropriate this funding as soon as we should have, and we launched the service and have since determined that we had not yet appropriated it. So if the Assembly failed to appropriate or to approve this appropriation, we would suspend the program and we would find a way to absorb 24 days worth of the service that started October 1.
So, Mr. Abbott, you turn your resignation in then because you didn't come to it?
I have no choice, Mr. Chairman, but to resign in disgrace as a result of this.
So, question, just a quick follow-up. Then do we need to appropriate the funds backward, or does it matter?
The funds would be good throughout the entire fiscal year that started in January.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for
Chairman.
picking up on that, Chris. Mr. Wilson, sir?
Well, I certainly urge support for this. This is buying us about 20 to 25% time coverage by 2 officers on the highway. Expected to last through March of next year, and then that would be the end of it. And this is a citywide issue. It's not just South Anchorage. But we need to think as we go through the budget, is there a way to keep some money to allow this going forward? And the challenge, of course, is that it needs to be money that is citywide. It can't be money collected for the police because it's outside of their service area. But we do have some pockets of money should the gas tax that's been proposed go through. That would be area-wide. And that basically pocket in the budget would be available. We should be thinking about how to continue this. Thank you.
Fuels tax, not gas tax, sir. It gets diesel, too. Other questions from Assembly members? To our police department, how many tickets have we written down there? I know that's not the reason we're there, but I'm sure it happens. And have we had a lot of incidents down there where we need to have the police department, and what have they done?
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Since October 1st, we've been conducting regular patrols along the Seward Highway. Our officers have conducted over 200 or close to 230 traffic stops. They've issued 164 citations. So our presence has been very robust, and we feel it's acting as a deterrent.
So 154 citations, those are probably accidents waiting to happen. So we appreciate you giving citations so they didn't develop into an accident. But thank you very much. Any questions for the police department? There are no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Any other comments on this before we vote? Seeing none, let's vote. That's approved unanimously. Next item in front of us, item 14 now, Resolution AR 2017-335, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage approving one or more master tax lease exempt purchase agreement schedules and appropriating an amount not to exceed $7 million. Thank you. This is CAMA. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, until this public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
And we'll need a second. Moved and seconded. Discussion from Assembly members. Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm thinking this is what I think it is. This is for property appraisal, right?
Yes.
The new system. Is somebody here from property appraisal by chance? Okay, I'll just say this to Mr. Oh, there you go.
Harris.
To Mr. Harris. Okay, I wasn't sure if I was going to talk. So I know property appraisal has been out in force, going and taking pictures of people's properties and all that. Somebody approached my door, and I greeted them with an accessory in my hand because we've had a lot of crime.
12 gauge or what?
No, it was not. It was not a 12 gauge. But my recommendation, Mr. Harris, if you could let the appraisers know when they show up and walk through a neighborhood, there was no municipal badge present. There was no way. I happened to take his word for it, and he looked a little intimidated. So, but I would say it's really important in this day and age for the property appraisals when they're going through the neighborhoods, make sure their municipal badges are present and visible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Other comments from assembly members? Mr. Constant, sir.
Yes, sir. I know that my neighbors have been telling me that they're really afraid of this new system because the value that they've been adding to their homes might finally be caught up. So it's probably a good thing we're moving from the IBM mainframe era into the modern era.
Well, the mainframe this is on is a dying system. As I told you before, trying to find parts for this is getting harder and harder, so we do need to move forward with this. Ms. LaFrance, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the administration. Since this relies on the passing of the capital budget, and is it correct then that this $7.173 million would be spread over the next 3 years of capital project spending?
Mr. Harris?
Thank you. I might, through the chair, Ms. LaFrance, I might ask Ross about this, our public finance director, but...
Robert, could you speak in the microphone, sir?
Oh, yes, so thank you. So yes, so this is contingent, it's written in the title, it's contingent upon approval of the capital improvement budget. So this, as well as the item that was approved in the consent agenda for the approval to move with a sole source purchase, this is tied with the budget as well.
Mr. France?
And this project will stretch over the next 3 years, I believe, with about $2 million-ish each year?
Yes, through the chair, Mr. France, that's correct. This is a project that we get in the queue with Tyler, the manufacturer of the software, and then they come in and basically help us roll out and upgrade our existing system. We're using Tyler software at the moment, so we would migrate to a new solution with them.
Thank you.
Other questions from assembly members? Seeing none, please vote. Item is approved unanimously.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick comment. I didn't get my button in time, but I sure hope this doesn't turn into SAP 2.0. I'm a little gun shy with software now.
We all are, sir, and that's not over with yet. I would move on to 2.0. It's not complete yet, the current net system. Next item in front of us is 14M, Resolution AR 2017-336, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving one or more master lease agreement schedules in an aggregate amount not to exceed $4,500,000 for the purchase of financing the acquisition of school buses for the Anchorage School District. Comes from the Finance Department, Public Finance, accompanying a same memorandum, AM 713-2017. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name and career for the record, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion from assembly members. Okay.
John, you just beat me.
John, you beat him. Go ahead, John.
We have all heard for many, many years that this municipality and the school district should work together and find efficiencies and so on, and there's a lot of ways that we've been doing that. The school district is taking care of the facilities at MLMP and the port because they have more expertise in maintaining buildings. There's a whole list of things we've been doing, and this is just another way where the municipality has a cheaper financing method than the school district does, and we're all city, local government, and we can save some money doing it. So this continues that pattern of finding those efficiencies as we work together, and I'm glad to see it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if there's anyone from the school district here. I thought I saw someone, if they might want to come down and talk a little bit about this. I thought I recognized you out there. I didn't want to, you come all the way down to the assembly meeting, not get a chance to speak about this.
I think you would have been happier.
So I just wanted to ask, I'm sorry, if you could identify yourself.
Thank you. Through the chair, my name is Tom Roth. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Anchorage School District. And I also have with me Mr. Chuck Moore, who is our Senior Director of Student Transportation, and Mr. Dave Whiting, who is our Senior Director for Purchasing. He's our Contracting Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. So my first question is, what kind of buses are we purchasing with this $4.5 million?
The specific answer, the intent is to purchase both 84 passenger, the large buses, but also our special need buses. By way of background, the intent for this request is to acquire buses over a period of time. It's not intended to purchase buses just in a single year. What the district is proposing to do is to implement a sustainable programmatic cyclic replacement program for our school buses. We've got a pretty aging fleet. Our median age in our school bus fleet is about 13 and a half years, and the industry standard, the median in other districts is about 9 years. So we're pretty far off that mark. So this is our intended effort. To go to Mr. Weddleton's comment is, again, to have a reasonable, responsible, sustainable system to bring our fleet more into compliance.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could ask some follow-ups. I have recently become more familiar with school buses than I wasn't previously. Me and Mr. Peterson have. And one of the concerns of people in our district is, and I know it's shared by people in Mr. Rivera and Mr. Trainey's district, is the emissions, particularly the exhaust in the morning when the buses are being started in a concentrated area. And so I wanted to ask if these buses that we're exploring, and I understand it's not all at once, but if these buses are lower emission than our previous buses, and then also, have we explored anything besides diesel buses? Because I believe these are all going to be diesel buses, unless I'm mistaken.
That is correct through the chair. The intent is to purchase diesel buses, and the immediate answer to your question is yes, these are much more efficient and non-polluting. I'm going to ask Mr. Moore to come forward, and he can probably talk to much more specific detail on just how more efficient these buses are.
Through the chair, my name is Chuck Moore. I'm the Senior Director of Transportation for the school district. They're at least 90% cleaner than the buses that we're currently running. Emission standards have reduced greatly over the last 20 years. The first wave of buses that we're looking to reduce, or replace, I should say, are all 1998 or older. So you're talking about 20 years ago where the standards, for example, nitrogen oxide, which is commonly referred to as NOx, the standard back then was 5 parts, or 5 grams, if you will. The current standard is 0.2 grams. So you can just see the math of how much cleaner these buses are. And so the advances in technology of diesel particulate traps on all of the new vehicles that have basically an extra capture system, if you will, for the exhaust, and actually use high heat to burn off the particulate and the NOx. They're much, much cleaner.
So my colleague asked me to ask you about, we have to keep them at a certain temperature before, we have to warm them up to a certain temperature before we allow school children on them, if I'm not mistaken. And we do that now by running the engines, is that right? Is there any other more efficient way that we could be doing that?
We don't just run the engines, we actually have a separate auxiliary heater in our buses that keep the buses warm to be able to start up right away so that we're not running them as long. But yes, there still is a state law. The Alaska state law says that by the time we pick up the first students, the cabin temperature needs to be at least 45 degrees inside the bus.
So the last question, and just I know we've got other things to deal with. I see Mr. Hassan sitting in the back there, and we have a city bus system that's going through some changes. But at least in East Anchorage, there is, we're getting better at bus coverage along certain routes. And I wonder, I've worked in other school districts where students, high school students at least, utilize the city bus system. And I know we are now offering, I believe, free bus passes so that kids that are doing extracurricular activities and that kind of thing. Has there been any serious discussion about more utilizing the city buses more frequently for our students rather than school buses, for our high school students at least?
We have talked some about that. Mr. Hassan and I have had some discussions on that. I think to do it municipality-wide would be a huge challenge at this point in time with the amount of coverage that the buses run. I think the other challenge is that I believe the city has 13 routes. We have 230 routes, so much more. We get much more into the neighborhoods, but we do offer and have worked with the municipality to offer students passes so that we do encourage them that where possible that they can utilize the transit system as well.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
you, sir. Mr. Constant has a question. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. So, we're about to buy buses that will probably last another 20 years, right? And so, with that in mind, we're now in discussions about a new bus barn, moving the school district's facilities somewhere else. And so we have a rare opportunity, right? Because bus barns last much longer than buses. And so has your team contemplated ways that the new bus barn could modernize and kind of take advantage of emerging technologies so that we can not be 40 years behind when we try to catch up to where we are today? Because that's a pretty important value in resiliency and energy efficiency. And so I'm hoping you guys have spent some time, and if not, that you would.
Any question, or was that a statement or a question?
It's really a question. Are you?
Through the chair, if I might, I believe you're referring to electric buses or battery-powered buses.
There are probably a number of them, and bus people probably know the best emerging.
And I would tell you, the district probably would not move forward on any technology without the city taking a serious step forward also. Several years ago, the city and the district did a pilot on compressed natural gas, and both the city and the district realized that technology was not really compatible with the environment in Alaska. Now, with regards to electric buses, I know that's been a topic. That is a technology with tremendous potential. We're really pretty excited about it, but there's a significant investment in infrastructure. The buses are expensive, and also it's untested technology up here. And the buses, right now, the technology that's in the system, they can travel about 100 miles in warm temperatures in California. Here, that distance is significantly reduced. So as the technology improves, to be sure, the district is very interested in investing. So we're not naive or ignorant to it. Are we seriously planning for it? No, not at this point. I think as we move forward with the city, absolutely. I mean, it's a tremendous potential, but the technology's got to get to a point where it's functional here in Alaska.
Yeah, so I just suggest in the development of the new facility that the facility looks closely at emerging technologies, because if we don't, it's going to be 2050 before we start looking at technology again in terms of what your bus barn can do. So thank you.
Thanks, you. Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Piggybacking on what Mr. Constant brought up, it looks like to me, unless I'm reading this wrong, that this agreement is to purchase buses over the next 15 years, 8 buses over 15 years, per year over 15. Is there any opportunity within this agreement that maybe after year 10 you explore that electric buses are feasible, that you can change it over and buy electric buses?
Through the chair, this request through the municipality to access the master lease program, we're actually looking to execute this over a period of 3 years. The intent is to get to a point where we're retiring buses at 15 years of use. I think, again, as the technology matures, absolutely, within that span of time, I could see us very quickly transitioning to electric buses. Again, if that technology meets the conditions, the requirements, but also recognize there's a pretty significant infrastructure investment that needs to happen. I think the city looked at this and estimated about $1.5 million for about 50 to 60 buses. We've got about 295 buses that are staged all over the municipality, so our infrastructure cost would be probably significantly greater than what the city. So all this has to be factored in, but to be sure, we would.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Dombrowski has a question.
Actually, I just want to commend you, Mr. Roth, because I think some are missing the forest through the trees. What we're doing here is we're allowing ASD to have access to our master lease, our basically financing options, which ultimately, Mr. Weddleton hit the nail on the head. What we're doing, there's a lot of ways to share services. One of them is allowing ASD to utilize our financing options for capital improvements. In this particular case, rather than going necessarily to a bond, we can use our master leasing program and actually reduce costs. And, the municipality, from our perspective, there's been times when you look at the master lease programs where it's come down to 1.93 and 1.95%. That's pretty good, especially when you're looking at these capital expenditures. So when we look at this, what we're really doing is we're allowing ASD access to our program, so over the long haul, you can replace buses as you need to. So I'm not so concerned about, your process on how you determine what the bus is going to look like, exactly what components of the bus. You guys have all your purchasing processes to do that. But I think what you're hearing from a lot of assembly members is throughout that purchasing process, when you start defining what buses you're replacing, we would like you to challenge the school board to look at other technologies. Of course, it has to be cost effective. It has to work with your mission. But that's what you're hearing them say, whether we're commingling the technology on the bus or the new bus barn that's probably going to end up being built. But I personally, from a finance perspective, appreciate you coming proactively and working with us. Because overall, whether I as a taxpayer am paying for the municipality or I as a taxpayer am paying for ASD, you're getting my money one way or another. So I'd prefer you to take less of it. So I appreciate you utilizing these financing methods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. I got a quick question for you. I normally don't get involved until the end. Got a quick question for you. One of my granddaughters never gets in my car unless she's got a seatbelt. Yet she's forced to ride in a school bus that doesn't have a seatbelt. When are you guys going to start putting seatbelts on school buses? Because we've seen across this country a problem with unrestrained children in school buses. So when is it coming?
I would say it's coming in some states already. It's 2 states it's already coming. I would say that it is, for the most part, a cost issue. However, school buses are built differently than your car, and therefore there is what's called compartmentalization, where the bus seat has padding both on the front and the back of the seat, and the seat backs are much higher than in an automobile. So in the case of an accident, the students, for the most part, are going to stay in their compartmentalization, in their seat, if you will. There are improvements, obviously, that could be made to school buses. Seatbelts would be one of those. However, school busing is the safest form of transportation that there is. very few students die in a year in school buses, and in fact, the vast majority of students that die outside of the school bus, not in the school bus. Once they're in the school bus, they're safe. The bigger problem is motorists passing stopped school buses, and unfortunately, in a few cases where school bus drivers actually run over students because of around the bus. So it is something that is a technology that can be added. It is very costly, and there are operational issues around seat belts. New York State had lap belts, not three-point restraints. I believe that to be effective that you would need to put three-point restraints in. It does also, the technology reduces the capacity of a school bus to some extent, so you have not only the cost of the seat belts, but then the cost potentially of adding extra buses because of not being able to put as many students in one school bus as you would.
Okay, well, I'll keep asking you every year.
Okay.
Because I've got a concern about it, and it's try do you replace a child that's been killed in a school bus accident? You can't. So, I think that's all the questions we've got. Please vote.
Mr. Cheney, would
Yes.
you ask Ms. LaFrance what her vote is?
Ma'am, Ms. LaFrance, what's your vote, ma'am?
My vote is yes.
Thank you, that was approved. We just have a small technical thing going on every now and then. Next item in front of us, item 14N. Item 14N is ordinance AO 2017-132, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual, non-exclusive electrical easement for Matanuska Electric.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Your first and last name, spell your last name if you would, please. Tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and stating no public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Need a second? Second. Okay, we've got that. Discussion from assembly members. Okay, please vote. Do we have a problem again? You want to take a quick 5-minute break? Okay. Yep. As soon as we're done with this.
It looks like you have a problem with Ms. LaFrance's machine. Could she vote?
She can vote however she wants.
Would you like to vote verbally? So you have to do it.
Okay. Yes. Yes, I would like to vote, and yes, my vote is yes.
Your vote is recorded electrically and audibly. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your vote. That was approved because your vote. Otherwise, it would have been defeated, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14P at this time.
I would appreciate a second. I asked him to do this because we have got another issue. Ask unanimous consent. Take it.
Mr. Croft? I did. Thank you.
Mr. Croft did. Okay? So no objection to that, then we're changing order today. We're going to take up item 14P first. Item 14P is Resolution AR 2017-344, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for retail sales of alcohol brewery license number 5015 for King Street Brewing LLC, doing business as King Street Brewing Company.
Waive reading.
Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. Are you an applicant?
I am an advocate. I just wanted to present myself here in case there's any questions from the
good.
Assembly. Dana Walukowicz with King Street Brewing Company.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify? Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Comments from assembly members? Don't appear anybody. Please vote. I was holding out because I figured you were going to tell me. That was approved 11-0. We're now going back to pick up item 14O. Item 14O is AO 2017-133, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing a ground lease for certain portions. No, we already did that one. Yeah, that is that. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
I know. I was going between the two of them. Certain properties of the Municipality of Anchorage, authorizing a facility lease and trust agreement, and approving plan in which a trustee will execute and deliver certificates of participation in lease payments to be made by the municipality for the purpose of financing certain pension liabilities of the Municipality of Anchorage and delegating to the Chief Fiscal Officer approval of final lease rates. In terms of said certificates of participation, Finance Department, Public Finance, and there's an AM with it, AM 707-2017. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one. Public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
I move to postpone for 2 weeks.
Second.
Moved and second to postpone this item for 2 weeks. Discussion on postponement for 2 weeks. Mr. Wilton, you're first, sir.
Well, appreciate that. This seems somewhat simple in some regards. I think what we're looking at is refinancing. It's like refinancing your house, and you go from a 15-year to a 30-year loan, and it gains liquidity, and there's your choice. But as we looked at it, we had some, I suppose, fairly highly paid professional analysts look at it at a work session recently, and what they showed us was completely misleading and surprising. And if you look at your packet, they compared a fully funded pattern, which we're at now, paying $10.3 million per year, which we are told by actuaries who do their math that we would be fully funded in 10 years. But what they showed us was this fully funded thing extended to 2033, which is odd to add another 5 years. Now, they said to be conservative, but that makes no sense at all. And they compared that with the cost of financing this this loan, essentially, at $6.4 million for the next 15 years. And, okay, that makes sense, but they compared those two, but one is to fully fund, and that is to fund at 90%. So you're not really comparing the same thing. But they gave no information on what else we will have to pay to make that extra 10%. It's not that complicated to add in there, but we didn't see that. So what they showed us is this tremendous gain by refinancing. We not only get liquidity, but we save $69 million. Please do not trust that number. That's completely ridiculous, okay? I sell comic books. I run a small comic book shop, and I tell you, they did not give us the pieces we need here. It's not that complicated. But I got to admit, I am shocked that these people came and showed us this junk, really. So I would delay it for 2 weeks just so we can get, hopefully from some advisors who can give us a better presentation, the true costs of doing this. And I don't know that it's it might be a good deal. I don't know. My numbers, I crunched them, looks like it's not that bad a deal, and we should do it. But I want to see their numbers, and from someone who will show us something correct and truthful. Thank you.
What day Friday was? Okay. What I'm talking to the clerk about is having a work session on Friday, the 3rd of November, from 12 to 1, if this passes, to delay this item. Mr. Dunbar, on the issue in front of us to postpone to the 7th of November.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I raised this question after our last work session. I raised this question with the administration of whether we should or can delay because I sensed partly Mr. Weddleton had some questions. And they told me that if you look at the timeline, which we were provided at the page 442 in your packet, it's relatively, as these kind of things go, it's relatively compressed, and we have to sort of get out into the market and sell these things. But perhaps that's not the case. So I'd like to ask the administration.
They're on the list.
Okay, well, I'd like to ask them now, whomever is prepared to do so, to sort of talk about if a 2-week delay would kind of
End the world?
not end the world, but seriously harm our ability to use this financing mechanism.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Risvold will be helping us out on this.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Dunbar. Our plan of finance for this financing had us closing on December 20th. And that's an ambitious plan to put together all the documents, market the bonds, and determine the properties that would be pledged, and closing on December 20th. The day we close would be the day we would make the deposit to the system. And as you can see, looking at my calendar here, there's only a handful of business days left in December if we go beyond December 20th. So it does put a material it has a material impact on the financing schedule were we to delay for 2 weeks.
Can I ask a follow-up? Just ask a follow-up on that. If we were to delay by 2 weeks this vote, would that prevent you, could you still do some of this preliminary work that's necessary? That is, could you start doing this work on anticipating that we were going to pass this, and thereby perhaps alleviate some of that harm? Mr.
Chairman, could we have about a 5-minute at ease?
You can have a 5-minute at ease.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll get this meeting going again. If some members return to their seats, please. We've been trying to figure out some times to do this, Madam Clerk, on the 3rd of November.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have time, and a proposal was made to do a work session from 11 to 12 on Friday, November 3rd, and then a special meeting to discuss and vote on this items, the certificates of participation on Friday, November 3rd, from 12 to 1. So Mr. Weddleton's motion to postpone until November 7th is pending.
Mr. Wilton?
Oh, I would withdraw it and go with the better plan
Okay.
that was proposed.
It's not really withdraw, isn't it? Amend it to be the 3rd?
Whichever works.
No, just take it off.
Withdraw and do the other one.
I move to postpone until 11/3.
Is there a second? Second. You understand what we're doing? Okay. Is there any opposition to the postponement till November 3rd, having a meeting on this? Can everybody make November 3rd? Okay. Madam Clerk, there's no opposition.
Okay, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
We'll have a work session and we'll have a special meeting on November 3rd. Okay? Melissa France, anything else, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was initially going to speak in support of Mr. Weddleton's motion. Would it be possible to get the Municipal or Budget Advisory Commission to provide feedback on this as well?
I don't know time-wise. We can check. We'll check and see what we can do.
Thank you.
Let's see, we've got Mr. Constant, sir.
We took care of my concern, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Wow.
We're done with that. Okay. Going back to the agenda. We're now down to item 14Q, Ordinance AO 2017-129, an ordinance amending and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 15.65, wastewater disposal.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Mr. Wilton, you want to move to continue this to the next meeting?
Yes, I'd like to move to continue to November 7th.
Second.
Is there any opposition? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk. Let the minutes reflect we've continued this to our meeting on November 7th.
You're going to postpone it? Or are you
Yes.
going to continue?
We're continuing public hearing
Got
because
it.
some people went home that wanted to testify, so
Thank you.
we want them here without reopening. It's discontinued. We don't have to do anything else. Thank you. We're now down to special orders. There are none. We're down to reserve. There is none. Participation. Item 17. Is there anybody who would like to discuss any item with us? You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Ron Oliva, ALLEVA. First of all, I have an award for Mr. Croft with his tent ordinance. I have it here, and I'd like to present it to the clerk to pass it on. These tents have to go. The ACLU, when Jeff Mittman filed that suit, there were 31 tents. It was nothing but a sex hut, a drug hut, and it was nowhere near home. Anything lost in personal property, including a Purple Heart, which I have the highest respect for, could have been appraised and as a personal property appraiser destroyed. And none of them in the tents that I've seen has been worth more than $100, except for the stolen bikes that average $1,500 to $5,000. Those tents during that time, gonorrhea was number 2, STDs in Anchorage in the state of Alaska. After that ordinance, we went back to the disgraceful number 1, and that was STDs. Now it's gonorrhea, tuberculosis, MRSA, hepatitis. After my little show down there with noise to get some attention, and you were all invited, only one showed up, got bottles thrown at him and his wife which I don't think he deserved. Maybe some of you do, but hey, it was good. But anyway, after that, all the tents, 3 truckloads of garbage. 2 hours later, they're back. If you went there tonight, you would see Tent City like a refugee camp out of Syria. The count is wrong because no one likes to repeat the same tents. They move 10 feet and they're back. They're destructive. They're vermin, a hazard to the city, to themselves. They spread disease, bed bugs, lice, and you should shut them down on sanitation. The other thing is, my next door adjacent lease owners, I'm not sure if you understand or if it's correct, Mr. Farsley can describe it, a public nuisance. When you have 8,000 calls to a facility in a year and now require an armed policeman to go with a first responder, I think that's the definition of a nuisance and an attractive nuisance, and you should pull that conditional use. Now, there's quite a few items I could talk to, but I'm leaving. I surrender to you, but I'm going to take down that shelter and beans because that's nothing but exploitation of the homeless, and the homeless coordinator is really a homeless creator. So you got your priorities wrong. Mr. Croft, I gave you a gift. You weren't even there to receive it, but it is autographed. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wilton has a question, sir.
Sure.
Whittleton.
Yeah, I got a question. Did I hear you call Brother Francis an attractive nuisance?
Well, I
Matter
think
of
that's
taste.
what by the legal definition of an attractive nuisance, but they are a nuisance and should be shut down. If this was a bar or any other business, you'd have them shut down the same day. This is disgraceful to the law, but to any kind of moral fiber, allowing these sanctimonious hypocrites to violate the law, and the taxpayers have to pay for it. It has to come to an end, and I'm going to do one more, little more exciting, and I will invite you to shut those places down, because that's what has to be done.
There are no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Oh, you're more than welcome. Mr. Trini, I have to correct you from the last meeting.
Oh?
Yes, your concern about my health is what you asked me first.
Yes.
And you failed to ask. State your name, tell you what part of town you're from. So,
Oh, well, I know what part of town you're from.
Okay.
From my part of town.
Okay. Well, listen, we have an epidemic. We have a crisis. It's going to turn into a pandemic. Clear those tents immediately.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to address the assembly?
My name's Ed Larrabee II. Hey, I agree with Ron. You know, if we don't want to give them more time, like 15 days, why are we giving them any time? Could it be that we don't have enough jails to hold these people, or a little corral to hold these people when they break the law? I mean, by giving them 10 days, what good is that? You know, if you want to shut them down, make it a law so that you cannot camp there, and if you do, you'll get arrested. And that solves that problem. Another thing I want to address, remember that, well, you probably don't, but remember, I did bring this up. We should have more security at shopping centers, and now we're coming up on the Black Friday and Christmas. Wait and see if somebody doesn't get shot or robbed in that. Hey, I was at a gun show 2 Sundays ago. My car got keyed, and I was at a handicapped parking space, and there was a camera right there watching, and you know, this was at a gun show. Gun shows used to be the safest place in town. But these people that are committing crimes, they don't care. They'll go and vandalize your car, and you know, you're handicapped. They don't care. You know how much that costs? $2,700 my insurance company had to pay. How about that? And it could have all been avoided had we had an ordinance where they have to have at least 2 security guys with guns outside the building watching the parking lot for robbers and for criminals and for vandals. But yet, you all seem to be deaf. Wait till election. There's going to be some changes. And I know you've heard me say that before, and there was some changes. But boy, I tell you, the public is getting really upset. And we don't buy the excuse, oh, the cops have their hands full. They can't do their job. We don't buy it. You know what happens when they can't do their job? You get vigilantes. Wait till this movie comes out and triggers them off. There's a movie coming out called Death Wish. Wait till that movie comes out. Let's see. It was the bald-head guy. No, the bald-head guy that was in Die Hard.
Bald-headed people.
Yeah, wait till that movie comes up. That's going to trigger these people up. And there's the bell. Well, you all have a good night. I hope your all's car doesn't get vandalized.
Whoa. Anybody
Mr.
else
Chair.
wish to testify on any item? Hearing some none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Hold on, Mr. Chair.
I'd move to reconsider 14I, AO 2017-130, the 10-day abatement.
Second.
Need a second. Do you want to reconsider it now, or is that just your motion to reconsider, then it comes up at the next meeting?
Let's reconsider now. And I think Mr. Croft should kind of provide new information, but basically he'd like to have a fuller package go forward and feels like this one would poke the hornet's nest without really getting us closer to where we need to be. And I've come around to believe that. It's best to postpone.
Who was
I
the
second it.
You got it, ma'am? Mr. Wilton moved it. Mr. Constance seconded to reconsider item 14I. Okay? Got it? Okay. Mr. Dyson, sir, on the issue of reconsideration.
Yeah. Maybe I wasn't paying attention, but I failed to find anything about a hornet's nest or any reasoned thing that would have us reconsidering what we did. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Croft, on the issue of reconsideration.
So I continue to think, as I did before, that that we should both have this be thoughtfully done. It's something that has been litigated before. It may be litigated again, and just having it alone without any of the other attributes that we talked about, school or right-of-way or others, or anything else that has to do with the efforts that we're making, legitimate efforts that we're making on homelessness, I think is doing what Mr. Weddleton said. It's waving a red flag and asking for us to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in litigation when a more thoughtful process may avoid that. So by this motion, I think we have it under reconsideration, right? We've brought it back up.
No,
Not yet.
The motion in front of us right now is to reconsider.
To bring it back up. And then when we get it back up, if we do, I'd move to reconsider sometime in November or postpone to sometime in November so that we can have that very process that we should.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Any other discussion before assembly members before we move to reconsider? Ms. Dabowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't speak on the original motion. I support limiting the window in which it takes us to mitigate these camps. And I think during the discussion, I think it's clear assembly members across the entire body agree that this is a good step, and we all agree it needs to be done. And I think on both sides there were valid points made. I haven't been swayed, though, that you don't necessarily have to come back. I mean, you can come back with a new ordinance. I mean, there's no reason not to. But at the same time, I'm not anti the sponsor being able to change the ordinance, but I would like to just clarify something that was said by another member. Once you introduce something, it is then in the ownership of the body, not necessarily the sponsor. But again, I still am waiting for that. I see no reason why they can't be done in two separate ordinances. I don't see it. And I just haven't had anything sway me for that. So I'm not going to be supporting reconsideration simply because I think we all agree this needs to happen. And there's nothing prohibiting bringing forward another ordinance that it still can't be introduced in November and past the first meeting of December. But whatever the body decides to do, will do.
Any other comments before we vote? The issue in front of us is shall we reconsider our vote? Item 14I, which is AO 2017-130.
And so a yes vote?
A yes vote, reconsider and put it back in front of us. A no vote will not reconsider it. It will not be back in front of us. So please vote.
Hey, Pete, screen is
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's already gone home.
Can I take his vote orally?
Yes, ma'am. Take his vote orally.
Yay.
That was reconsidered. The vote was 8-3. So we now have in front of us 2017-130. The motion is still on the floor to approve it. Mr. Croft?
No, that's fine.
Ma'am?
Say that,
Or do we need another motion?
I think when you reconsider
Okay.
the
She wants another motion.
To approve?
To approve.
Move to approve.
Move to December 5th, please.
December 5th.
The budget. Yeah, I don't care.
Mr. Croft, would you please speak, sir? The clerk, we recognized you. Go ahead, Mr. Croft. What do you want to do?
I thought we approve and then postpone, but I'll move to postpone action till December 5th.
Motion's on the floor to
Second.
postpone to December 5th. It's been moved to Mr. Croft, second by Mr. Constant. Any other discussion, Mr. Constant?
No, thank you.
Mr. Dunbar?
I just want to again reiterate my support for the motion to postpone. I think we took a vote, and it's pretty clear that it's likely to pass once it comes up again, although, maybe if it's substantively changed, it won't, but there's clearly support for it. But I think if it's worth doing, then it's worth doing right, and so I would support Mr. Croft's motion.
Okay. Any other comments from assembly members? Please vote. That one is approved 9-2. It's posted December 5th.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
before you entertain a motion to adjourn,
I would like one.
I know that, but we have a gentleman that's about to walk out of the building. Elvis is leaving. Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
And so I would like to take one moment and just say that the individuals in the state of Alaska experiencing mental illness, developmental disabilities, chronic alcoholism and other substance-related disorders, traumatic brain injuries, and Alzheimer's are really going to benefit from your leadership. They've been lacking leadership for a very long time. And as an individual who works and interfaces in those universes, I just want to say how grateful I am and sad I am to see you leave here, but really speed the plow. Thank you.
Mr. Dyson. Mr. Dyson, sir. You're on the list.
Yeah, thank you. I put on your desk it's a website that's going up to try.
Don't leave yet, Mr. Abbott. Don't go anywhere.
This tries to put needs and volunteers together. There's a couple other ones around. I'm trying to figure out how to get all the volunteer organizations working together. The city's done pretty good on it, but with our budget problems, we've got to figure out good ways to do more with less and get our citizens involved. I enjoyed or appreciate the conversations about the homeless. I want to rehearse a couple numbers with you. Nancy, the homeless coordinator, if I heard her right, said basically we're spending something north of $50,000 per homeless person per year, and that doesn't include the decrease in property values and everything from distressed property, impact on tourism, and a lot of other things. Ethan says that's for about 400 people. If that's true, that's about 20 million bucks. If Nancy's number of 900 is correct, that's 45 million. And if it was reported in the papers about was 1,425 or something, that's $70 million. So for this old country boy, those are serious numbers. And so those of you that are coming up with a solution, you can spend a lot of money on the solution and save us a huge amount of money. And so I want to commend your efforts. And there's money in the bank, in essence, because these are costs deferred. And they're not all city money. There's state money and federal money and so on and so forth stirred into that overall cost. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say, except nobody, well, maybe some of you, I can't argue, but Mike, I'm going to miss you. And part of it is just because what I perceive your overwhelming confidence, but I actually like you.
I'm sorry I didn't realize that way too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wiped my cue out when she did that.
Oh, I was next.
You're next, Mr. Dunbar. She wiped my cue out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abbott, I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with you and looking up to you. You have an encyclopedic knowledge and a bird's eye view of the municipality, and Mr. Falsey has some tall shoes to fill.
Mr. Croft, sir, you're on my list.
The bald star of the new Death Wish movie is Bruce Willis.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott, I've known you for some time now in various jobs here, and your experience, your knowledge, your affable personality, can do, get the job done kind of attitude. I hope that you have passed that on to Mr. Falsey so that we can continue in the spirit or in the manner in which you have conducted the office. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good knowing you. I know you're not leaving. I'll probably see you again sometime, but thanks again.
Mr. Abbott, it's been good to work with you. We worked together a long time, and thanks for all you've done for this city. I don't think the people really understand what you do as city manager. We appreciate all of it. Thank you very much, sir. We'll miss you.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We're adjourned.